HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
The Cavalcade of America. In this week's presentation of the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, you will hear stories of how Americans have conquered time and distance in speeding up communications with one another. But before these stories begin, we wish to extend our thanks to the scores of teachers and officers in America's schools who have written us to express their enthusiasm for this series of historical episodes and to tell us that these plays are of unusual interest to students of American history, social science, and dramatics. Many of these instructors have paid DuPont's Cavalcade of America a special compliment by asking if copies of the manuscripts from which these radio dramas are broadcast could be obtained for classroom work. So we have printed extra copies of the manuscript for a recent broadcast which received a great many fine comments. This presentation, entitled The Declaration of Independence, dramatized the events leading up to the adoption of that great document by the American colonies. We shall be very glad to send a copy to any teacher or school official who writes for it. Just address your letter to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. In writing, please mention the name of your school and the class you teach. Remember the address, DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware. This evening's episodes in the Cavalcade of America tell the story of how distance has been shortened and communication made easier. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with a modern American composition, On the Trail from Ferdy Groffe's Grand Canyon Suite. As you watch the American cavalcade pass in review, you see a people impatient for increasingly faster exchange of thought, no matter how great the distance separating them. In 1850, the 13 original colonies had expanded westward to the shore of the Pacific Ocean, to California and gold. Suddenly, in a single year, that sparsely settled region becomes a rich and populous territory clamoring for admission to the Union. It was a long way for news to travel between the Golden Gate and New York Bay, where on a fine spring day, the clipper ship Sea Witch rides magnificently at anchor.
Flood tide's beginning to slacken, Captain Fraser.
All right, Mr. Delano. Man the windlass and heave short.
Aye, aye, sir.
Heave away on the windlass brakes. Aye, aye, sir. Strike a light. Duller than old whaler's brass work. Aloft there, some of you loose sails. Set royals and skysails. Leave staysails fast. Fill those ensign halyards, lads. Hang on the red shirt, lay down. All right, fast even, boys.
The anchor's apeak, sir.
Very good, sir. There's a boat put out after us from the battery, Captain, and pull it for us right hearty. Yeah, it better pull hard. Once the Sea Witch gets the wind in her sails, nothing can catch her but Davy Jones. There's a man on that dinghy waving at us, sir. Likely he's just one of those legal sharks from some sailor's boarding house. All right, boys, sheet home the topsails. Look out for the two lines, bosun. Ease them down. Fall top. Overhaul your bunsen. Look alive. Belay that starboard main sheet. Down long pulls on your topsail halyards. Hold to, sir. Bring it to the rail. Aye, sir. Lord, but she's beautiful, Captain. Nothing finer nor faster afloat, lad.
Hey, Sea Witch!
Ahoy! It's the man in the dinghy, sir.
I want to speak to Captain Fraser.
I'm Captain Fraser. Hey, alongside. We're getting underway. Now throw him a tow line. Aye, aye, sir.
Message from the Secretary of State to the Governor of California Territory. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Tell him that Congress will admit California to the Union as a free state.
Tell the Governor of California that Congress will admit California to the Union as a free state. Very good, sir.
Safe voyage, Captain.
Thank you, sir. Cast him off, sailor. Aye, aye, sir. Mr. Delano, brace the yards to the wind. Aye, sir. Run up the jibs, boys. Lively on that mizzen topsail halyards. Belay the captain face tackle. Strike a light, somebody. All right, you longshoremen, over the side. Lively. Overhaul the gear, boys.
Underway, sir. Driving hard southward in all weather, past the equator, into the Antarctic winter, the Sea Witch rounds Cape Horn, carrying every stitch of canvas possible, racing for California, the land of gold and opportunity.
And ho!
The Golden Gate, Captain Fraser, the Golden Gate. Very good. Well, Mr. Delano, I doubt if many of the ships that left port ahead of us are in before us. 97 days from Sandy Hook is fast time.
97 days is a record, sir. It'll take good sailing and better luck to beat it, sir.
It's been a good crew. You've got everything out of them. Press the word forward, the company will give all hands a bonus.
Aye, sir. Shall I make the longboat ready, sir?
Yes. Man it with the lustiest lads aboard. And have it in the water before the anchor. I've got a message for the governor of the new state of California.
Years later, California is a great commonwealth, but San Francisco and New York are still weeks apart. It takes almost a month for news to travel from coast to coast. Then, on March 26, 1860, the New York Herald carries the following announcement. To San Francisco in 8 days by the Central Overland California and Pikes Peak Express Company. The first courier of the Pony Express will leave the Missouri River on Tuesday, April 3rd at 5 o'clock p.m. and will run regularly, weekly hereafter, carrying letter mail only. The first lap of this relay between the Atlantic seaboard and St. Joseph, Missouri was by telegraph, but the line ends at St. Joe, where we find Johnny Fry impatiently waiting for the signal that will start him on the first run of the Pony Express.
Whoa, boy. Whoa, take it easy. You'll soon have plenty of chance to run. He's a beauty, Al. You've got him in great condition.
Oh, he's got to be in top form, Johnny. Look at the crowd that's come to see you ride off. The mail train's on time.
Oh, that's good. Say, you ought to be riding today, Al, instead of staying here in St. Joe looking after ponies.
I'm studying to be a telegraph operator. You can't practice that on horseback. Whoa, boy.
No, who'd want to? This is better pay.
Maybe my job will last longer than yours. The telegraph's got as far as St. Joe already.
Yeah, the other end's 2,000 miles away.
Oh, they'll cut down that distance until you boys won't have any further to ride than across the street there.
Well, right now, us riders have got to get a lot of words to Carson City. Hold his head up, Al. I'm mounting up. Whoa, boy, whoa. All right, let go, Al. Mail pouch must be waiting at the post office by now.
Now, wait for the starting signal, Johnny.
Yeah, maybe the cannon won't go off. I don't want to lose a second.
Hey there! Hold that courier. Wait.
Who's that?
That's the big boss himself, Mr. Russell.
Gee.
You Johnny Fry?
Yes, sir.
Here's a message just came in by telegraph from Washington. It's from President Buchanan to the Governor of California. Guard it well.
With my life, if necessary, sir.
Fry, as the first courier westward bound on the Pony Express, I and my partners, Majors and Wardell, wish you good luck and Godspeed.
It's a real honor to ride for you, sir.
There's a signal, Johnny.
Let loose his head.
Good luck.
Good luck, Fry.
Thanks. Goodbye. Go, boy.
Johnny Fry is off on the first run, 75 miles on 3 horses. Just 2 minutes allowed for changing mounts, but by loosening the mail pouch before he reaches the station and tossing it to the agent before he dismounts, the time is cut down to 15 seconds. At the division point, the next rider is ready and waiting.
Here he comes. Look at that kid ride.
Right on time. Here, hold my horse. I'm mounting up.
All right, here you are.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Johnny.
Whoa there. Hey, how did it go? All's well on the road. Here's the mail pouch, Haslam. Catch.
Got it.
And watch his telegram. It's from the president.
It's safe with me. Let go his head, Hank.
Go on. Come on. Get
On through the wild Indian country by day and by night ride the daring riders on the fleetest horses America can breed. As far as Red Butte's division point, where another famous rider is waiting to carry the pouch to 3 crossings, William F. Cody, better known to history as Buffalo Bill.
Here he comes, Bill. He's running late.
I'll make it up. Whoa, steady, boy. This horse is sure raring to go.
You better take my rifle along, Bill. Seen a couple of Indians to the west this morning.
Rifle's too heavy. I won't have time to shoot it out with them anyway.
That rider looks like all tuckered out.
Looks like he's been in trouble. Never mind me. Grab his horse.
I'll take the mail pouch, kid. What happened?
Indians. Paraded last station. Stole all the horses. Killed the agent.
Easy now, son. Here, I'll help you out of the saddle.
Never mind me. Take the mail. This message from the president. I got it, son. Come on, run. Pony, we're late.
Look sharp for Indians, Bill.
I'll watch you.
On they ride, often in danger of their lives from raiding Indians and outlaws. The fastest horses money could buy gave the Pony Express its speed and often saved the lives of its riders. On the first through trip, 9 days and 2 hours after Johnny Fry galloped westward out of St. Joseph, Missouri, a great crowd gathered in the streets of Carson City, Nevada, near the post office and telegraph terminal.
What's the matter? What's all the excitement?
Express. Coming out of the east like a comet. Oh, rats. I don't believe it. Just some fool rider coming in from the mine. Does that sound like it?
Here he comes.
Don't seem possible. Here's the street. Look out for that pony. All's well on the road. Here's your mail. Oh, boy. Doggone, if this horse ain't still ready to run. Here, there. Where's that telegraph operator? Me, partner. Here's a message from the president to Governor Downey. Gee, Willigan, clear out of my way, boys. Let me get at that wire.
speed and endurance of man and beast, courage and devotion to duty brought the Atlantic and Pacific shores within 9 days of each other. But this once marvelous speed soon seems an intolerable delay. In the last month of 1860, Edward Creighton, an engineer, undertakes to survey a telegraph route between California and the Missouri River. On November 15th, 1861, the Pacific Telegraph Company completes the circuit, and it is announced to the press of both seaboards.
Here it comes, Chief. The first message from coast to coast.
Who's it from, Al?
I don't know yet, but it's addressed to President Lincoln.
Gosh, all hemlock. All the way from California, quicker than you can wink an eye at a pretty girl.
Here comes the signature.
Stephen J. Field, Chief Justice of California. And just think, we get those letters the same second they spell them out in San Francisco.
Yep. Johnny Fry and those boys did a great job, but I'm afraid this spells finish for the Pony Express.
The American cavalcade moves onward. Reports of Lieutenant Maury, who was making a survey of the ocean depths for the United States Navy, showed that between Newfoundland and Ireland, the ocean bottom was a plateau at no very great depth. Then Cyrus W. Field had vision. A thought came to him, why not carry a telegraph line across the ocean? But his desire to do this was stronger than any cable he could find, as his partner in the venture pointed out.
Field, your cable broke twice in 1857 and many times in 1858.
Nevertheless, Mr. Blockley, I propose we try again and again until we succeed.
Now, look here, Field. I've backed you up a dozen times. But all these repeated failures, well, I think we've dropped enough money to the bottom of the Atlantic.
We had it working for 3 weeks in 58.
It'll have to last longer than that to get our money back. And I won't throw any more good money after bad.
But we've improved our cable. We have better equipment. I'm convinced we can succeed. But if we quit now, we're sure to fail.
The whole thing is nothing but a pipe dream.
At least give us your opinion on the new plan.
I won't even hear them discussed. You're a fool, Field, and a fool and his money are soon parted. That won't include me this time. Good day to you.
The withdrawal of the vice president of the company did not stop Field, though he had to use English money and a ship from the Navy of Queen Victoria. The year 1866 saw the successful completion of a transatlantic cable. Again, we find Cyrus W. Field in his office.
Mr. Field, there's a Mr. Blockley who says he must see you.
Field.
Well, Blockley, this is unexpected. What can I do for you?
If you knew what it cost my pride to come here. But I'm in trouble. Desperate.
Compose yourself, man.
Compose myself. Field, unless I can reach my agent in London before the next packet arrives, I'm a ruined man.
Well, the transatlantic cable is for everyone's use.
But at present rates, it would cost me nearly $7,000 to send my instructions. I can't possibly put my hands on so much cash.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Send that message for me. I'll pay you back twice over in a month.
You're sure it won't be sending good money after bad?
Oh, please don't remind me of that. I've bitterly regretted my lack of faith in you and the cable.
Is your message ready?
Yes.
We'll send it at once.
You've saved my entire fortune. How can I ever repay you?
By subscribing to the cost of laying a new cable. American-owned and operated.
Done. And gladly.
But even the telegraph was unable to fulfill entirely the desire for speed. On March 10, 1876, on the top floor of a boarding house on Exeter Place in Boston, we find Alexander Graham Bell with his assistant, Thomas Watson. Bell has been making experiments, hoping to be able to transmit the human voice by wire. Watson has built a new transmitter according to Bell's instructions.
Now, Mr. Watson,
If you'll take this receiver down the hall to my bedroom and fasten it to the other end of the wire.
I will, Mr. Bell. Shall I move these batteries first? Are they in your way?
No, they're all right. Nothing but water and a little acid. And close all the doors between. I want a real test.
I won't be long.
Now, let me see. What'll I say? Something that'll be a real test. Something unexpected. I think those confounded batteries. Mr. Watson, come here. I want you. Mr. Watson, come here. I want you to get some of that other...
Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell, I heard every word you said.
Well, but I wasn't testing the instrument. I knocked over the batteries and spilled the acid on my clothes. I was calling...
But I heard every word distinctly through the telephone.
Surely spread its wire over the country. And soon ways and means were found to send words without the use of any wires whatever, by wireless. On December 12, 1901, American newspapers carried a thrilling headline, "Oceans Spanned by Wireless." Then an enterprising reporter reaches Thomas A. Edison.
Mr. Edison, my paper wants a statement from you.
What about?
Marconi's great achievement. In St. John, Nova Scotia, he has received the call signal S, sent from Cornwall in England.
I don't believe it. He's only experimenting. Pick up calls from transatlantic liners on the Grand Banks, 300 miles out. Cornwall is 1,700 miles from Nova Scotia.
Well, here's the message we got from him. It says, confirm that signals were received here Thursday and Friday, direct from Cornwall. Receiving wire suspended by a kite. Signed, Marconi.
Since Marconi has stated over his own signature that he's received the signals from England, I believe him. I think he'll carry it to a commercial success. It's a great achievement. He's a great experimenter. And that's signed Edison.
The very next year, 1902, in Fairmount Park, Philadelphia, an inventor named Nathan B. Stubblefield gave the first public demonstration of an instrument which sent the voice through the air without wires. But fearing to tell his secret to the world until his patent had been granted in 1908, he lost the fame that comes from acclaimed priority. About this time, Dr. Lee DeForest invented the Audion or vacuum tube, and the modern age of speed and communication is on its way. Invention follows invention at a dizzy pace. In 1915, a message was broadcast from Arlington and picked up in Paris, France, and in Honolulu, 5,000 miles away. In 1930, through the short wave, one voice encircled the entire globe in just 1/8 of a second. And today, words fly instantly from land and sky and sea, from the ends of the earth.
This is the Grenly Antarctic Expedition speaking on short wavelength from our base across the South Polar Continent from Little America. We have just completed a survey of lands never before sighted by man. To the east of us, there is a high plateau.
Well, folks, here we are at the good old World Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Detroit Tigers. On the mound, folks, the great day stands a crowded. There's Schoolboy Rowe in the box. He's waiting for the umpire signal.
Attention all cars, signal 32, signal 32, black sedan, last seen headed for intersection number 192, intersection number 192, car license number AYU 53, car license...
Weather report for the Atlantic coast. Warning, severe storm sweeping down the coast from the northeast. Rain and high winds reaching proportions of a gale. Expected to extend south of Hatteras before moving inland. Storm signals all along the coast.
All train dispatches stand by. Bridge washed out south of Lansing. Telegraph wires down. Stop all trains on Lansing Division. Route all trains to west until further notice.
Craig and 34 calling Newark.
Okay, Craig. Go ahead.
Visibility 0. I'm coming in.
You're directly over field. Wind due east. 20 miles. Circle around and follow your beam in.
Okay, here I come. Today, the air about us is filled with words on every kind of mission. All the quick-changing, variegated pattern of human thought. And this broadcast itself is a demonstration of the swift pace and far-reaching scope of the Cavalcade of America.
How amazing it is, while listening to stories like those just presented, to realize what great strides science has made since the days of the clipper ships and the Pony Express. One of the most swiftly moving of the sciences which are remaking the world we live in is that of chemistry. Research chemists are today's pioneers, exploring nature's secrets, pushing back the frontiers which divide the known from the unknown and the present from the future. Among the countless articles entering into our daily lives are many that no amount of money in the world could have bought just a few years ago. They simply did not exist then, for they had not yet emerged from the test tube. Americans in their forward march of progress are not satisfied with things as they find them. They're constantly seeking products which are better, less expensive, more useful, and more beautiful than those which Mother Nature supplies. So our American chemists take nature's raw materials and combine them into forms better suited to our needs. Through the magic wand of chemistry, coal tar is made to yield gorgeous colors, delicious flavors, delicate perfumes, and important medicinal products. Cotton is converted into lovely toiletware, gleaming finishes, luxurious fabrics, and durable upholstery materials. Minerals are changed into colorful decorations for chinaware. Limestone and coal find their way into a man-made rubber that surpasses the natural product for many purposes. The list of beautiful and useful products which the chemist has built up from simpler raw materials is almost endless. Such products make life easier, happier, and more complete for millions of people, and DuPont is proud that it has been able to play a part in their development. Yet great as they are, even more marvelous things await discovery. Most of us can only wonder what the future holds in store, but the solution of problems that chemists are working on today may make possible articles in common use tomorrow. That is why companies such as DuPont maintain chemical research laboratories, with workers eagerly exploring new possibilities for human betterment and enjoyment. No one realizes better than DuPont chemists that the work of science is far from finished. That explains their constant efforts to fulfill their creed, better things for better living through chemistry. Next Wednesday at this same time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful, the 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. Hallmark greeting cards bring you the life story of one of America's greatest idols, Babe Ruth. Our special guest of the evening is the lovable Bambino, the great-hearted Sultan of Swat, Babe Ruth himself. Century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name. Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look on the back of the card you choose for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now, to preside over our program this evening in the absence of Richard Calmer, who is on vacation, here's our Master of Ceremonies, Tom Shirley.
Thank you, Harry Marble, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. One dawn in the jungles of New Britain, a group of Marines were waiting to attack. Suddenly, out of the brush, charged the enemy, shouting what they believed to be the supreme insult to Americans. At the tops of their voices, the Japs were screaming, "Down with Babe Ruth." The Japanese soldiers fighting desperately in the heat of tropical jungles, a man called Babe Ruth meant America and America's big game, just as he does today to every kid in a ball lot and every fan listening for the crack of the bat. Tonight, the makers of Hallmark greeting cards not only bring you his story, but they bring him to you in person, Babe Ruth, big man of baseball. Welcome to the Reader's Digest Radio Edition, Babe.
Thanks, Tom. That was quite a warm-up.
Well, that's something I've been looking forward to for a long time, being warm-up pitcher for Babe Ruth. Doggone, it's a big night for me.
Well, no kidding. It's been a big night for me, too, Tom. For one thing, I've got a chance to tell everybody how grateful I am.
For what, Babe?
Well, when I was benched in the hospital, I got a great lot of Hallmark greeting cards from friends. Those bird cards...
Greeting bird cards, were they?
Yes, those are really swell. Took me right out in the opening where I wanted to be. And then when you get laid up in the hospital, you know how it is to have somebody to remember you.
Yes, indeed, I can well believe that, Babe. But you look pretty fit now.
Well, I feel okay.
Well, Babe, according to the records, you hit something like 730 home runs as a major league ball player. And as a witness to almost 100 of them, I can safely say that there has never been a more exciting spectacle in baseball. Confidentially, Babe, I don't think anybody ever got as big a kick out of those homers as I did.
Well, I know somebody did.
Who? Me. You've got something there, Babe. You always put on a great show, and tonight we'd like you to stand over here and coach us from behind first base while we put on the show. It's a story you're very familiar with, I'm sure. The story of the most colorful, best-loved, and most universally popular figure in the world of sports, Babe Ruth.
George. Yes, Brother Gilbert. Will you change into your baseball uniform and meet me in the playground as soon as you're ready? Someone's waiting for us, George.
Yes, Brother Gilbert. He was known as George then, George Herman Ruth, the big overgrown kid who had been at St. Mary's Industrial School ever since he was 7 years old. Brother Gilbert had found him on the streets of Baltimore, ragged and dirty-faced. And it took some persuasion to convince the youngster that he needed a fine home and training in more useful activities than throwing tomatoes at policemen. George grew up at St. Mary's, and in spite of Brother Gilbert's efforts to teach him a trade, it was soon discovered that Master Ruth excelled only at the art of playing ball. Wisely, Brother Gilbert encouraged him.
This is Mr. Dunn, George. How do you do? Mr. Jack Dunn, manager of the Baltimore Orioles.
Oh, how do you do? Glad to know you, kid. Brother Gilbert tells me you're quite a pitcher.
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, nice to have that much confidence in yourself.
Oh, it's not overconfidence, Mr. Dunn. We simply teach our boys at St. Mary's to be honest.
2 against 1, huh? All right, kid, let's see what you can do. Got a ball?
Sure.
Here's the catcher's mitt for you. All ready for me, eh? Okay, kid. Get over that torque of yours. Yes, sir.
Kind of skinny, ain't he? Only his legs, Mr. Dunn. His shoulders and arms are as strong as a gorilla's.
Ready, Mr. Dunn? Shoot. That's my curve.
Uh-huh.
Let's have it low on the inside. Right. Good. Got a fast one? Where do you want it? On the middle. Yes, sir. Yep. Hurt you, Mr. Dunn? All right, kid. Keep tossing them. Want to see all you got? Yes, sir.
He isn't warmed up yet, Mr. Dunn.
Warming up for me. Another one pretty near took my hand off.
You think you can do anything for him?
A hop like that, I think he can do something for me. Come on, kid. What's talking? What's the matter? Not a thing. All right, boy. All right. Nice, easy motion. Plenty of stuff on the ball. Of course, I don't know how you'd make out with a batter standing up there. But I'd like to give you a chance. With a batter? With the Orioles, kid. How'd you like to play for a big league ball club? You better say that again, Mr. Dunn. Of course, I can only pay you $25 a week to start with. But if you make the grade, I'll up that as we go on. $25 a week? You mean you're going to pay me for playing baseball? That's the idea, kid. Holy mackerel. $25 a week. Well, I'm going to buy me a bicycle and ride all over the city of Baltimore.
That first 25 wasn't long in coming. And that same season, Babe Ruth was sold to the Boston Red Sox, where he went on to become one of the greatest pitchers in the American League. But in between pitching assignments, he was becoming a great hitter, too.
You wanted to see me, Ed?
Yeah. Sit down a minute.
What's on your mind?
Well, Babe, I've been looking over the record. As manager of this club, I think it's about time we come to some sort of a decision.
About what?
Last year, you pitched 24 games. Played another 75 in the outfield. Your batting average was 300, and you hit 11 home runs.
What's wrong with that?
Not a thing. Except that you can't keep it up. It's got to be one or the other. Pitching or playing in the outfield.
Can't I do both?
Not unless you want to cut your playing career in half. What's it going to be, Babe? Pitching or hitting those home runs?
Well, if I got to make a choice, I'll take the homers.
Sensational Red Sox outfielder sets new major league record. 29 home runs in one season. New right fielder for the New York Yankees hit 54 home runs in first season. 57. 58. Babe Ruth hits 59. Fellas, I don't think it's right for the manager of a ball club to talk behind anybody's back. I've never done it before. But while the babe's in the shower, I think I'll have to this time. What's the trouble, Huck? Well, I don't like to admit it, but we haven't got 9 men on our ball team. We've got 8 men and a bear. That great big overgrown kid in there is probably the best ball player the world will ever see. But when he goes out on these weed league of his, staying up late, eating too much, and just kicking around the town, he can get up the next day and still play a fairly decent game of ball. But you can't. When you've been out with the babe, you look like a bunch of bush leaguers. Good heart. Now, get with me, Joe. I don't want anybody to go out with him anymore. That big lug has got an iron constitution and a cast iron stomach. You saw him open, you'd find half the Frankfurters in America inside him. I'm going to start getting tough about breaking training around here. And that goes for him, too.
Who?
You, babe. You've been getting away with murder.
What do you mean? I never break training.
No? What about all those night poker games? What about those meals you eat 9 times a day? Look at that belly on you.
Well, a guy's got to have nourishment, don't he? You wouldn't want me to be puny, would you?
I want you to take care of yourself, babe. For your own sake as well as the club.
I can take care of myself. Heck, I've been doing it ever since I was 7 years old.
Well, that's just it. You're still doing it like a 7-year-old. How about it, babe? How about cutting out all this nightlife and setting a good example for the rest of the squad?
That's 100% with me, Pop. I was just getting ready to turn over a new leaf anyway.
Well, you'd better. Because the next time you break training, I'm going to keep you out of the game. What time is it, Art?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock in the morning. That son of a gun isn't in his room yet. I'm going to find that guy $1,000 and bench him for 3 weeks.
Now, take it easy, Hug. He might not have stayed out all night. Maybe he slipped into his room while we were asleep.
I doubt it. I didn't drop off a little while ago.
Hey, wait a minute. Where you going?
I'm going to find out if he's in yet. That's why I got this adjoining room. What the? You asleep, babe? Come on. You can't be that asleep. Why, you big four-flush. You're asleep. What's that lighted cigar doing next to your bed?
Oh, who's in here?
I thought I would get a rise out of you.
Uncle Hug, what are you doing here? Is there a fire or something?
Yeah, there's one right in that ashtray. Next time you make believe you're asleep, don't forget to put your cigar out.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. I just lit that one a few minutes ago. I woke up with a bad dream and grabbed a few puffs to settle my nerves.
You mean you've been sleeping here all night?
All night, Pop. I got in about 10:30 and Hey, what are you doing?
Pulling down the covers.
Pop, don't do that. You can't let me catch a cold. There's a bad draft over here, and if you...
All night, huh? You sleep in this bed all night with your clothes on.
Well, I didn't feel like taking them off tonight.
Don't lie to me, babe. You just got in. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to fine you $1,000 for this.
Hug.
And keep you off the team till you've learned how to behave.
Hug.
You're suspended, babe, till further notice.
Wait a second, Pop. I know you've got a right to be sore at me, but it ain't fair to hang a suspension around my neck.
What do you mean?
Find me. Throw sand in my eyes. Cut me down to 5 meals a day if you want. But don't keep me out of the game. It ain't fair to the kids, Hug. They want me to play.
You're not fit to play in the condition you're in.
What are you talking about? Staying up all night never hurt me none.
It hurts anybody, babe.
Not me. I've got to have a little fun once in a while. Gosh almighty, Hug, don't you understand? I didn't have a thing till I was 18 years old, not even a bike or an extra pair of shoes. And now that I get a chance to have a good time, it's busting out all over me.
It's busting out all right. It'll bust you right out of the league.
Don't say that, Pop. Nothing ever interfered with my playing good ball. Nothing ever will, except the suspension. What do you say, Hug? Will you let me play?
Well, I don't know.
Come on. Give me a chance to show you I'm okay.
All right, babe. I'll give you a chance. But you'll have to make good.
What's the matter, Hug? Why the long face? You looked as if you wanted a babe to strike out.
I do.
Huh?
Be a lot better for him in the long run. A couple of good whips might teach him a lesson.
You picked out the wrong day to teach him a lesson, Hug. He's got a homer and 2 doubles already.
I know. That's why I've got a long face. Come on, you big lug. Don't you ever get tired? Stand the air.
There she goes, another one. Right out to a scoreboard.
Good night. There'll be no holding him now.
We'll be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Tom Shirley.
When Babe Ruth was in the hospital recently, he received an average of 2,500 greeting cards a week. But it's not only when he's ill or lonely that a man appreciates a friendly greeting. He likes to have his friends and family show they're thinking about him many times during the year. On his birthday, on Father's Day, and anniversaries, on every occasion that calls for good wishes. And because so many men have learned how much the right greeting card can mean, you see more and more men these days sending Hallmark cards to their friends and loved ones. So here's a tip to all you men. The next time you want to remember someone, send a Hallmark card. Remember, when you send a Hallmark card, you send the very finest. Because for more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. That's why discriminating folks look in the back of the cards they send and receive for the 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. For Babe, While we're taking time out here for a kind of seventh-inning stretch, suppose you tell me if we're playing the game fair and square. Were you really a bad boy about staying up late and eating too much for your own good?
Why, yes, I was, Tom. For a while, anyway. But I never really ate 10 meals a day.
How many did you eat?
Well, I'd say it was one continuous one.
I see what you mean, all day long.
Well, sort of. You see, it didn't make any difference if I was hungry or not. I always had room for a hot dog or another piece of hot fried chicken.
I see. Until it caught up with you.
Now, you remember that, Tom?
I ought to. It was in all the newspapers, and every kid in the country was scared to death you wouldn't play ball that year. As I recall it, you ate something like a dozen hot dogs, drank a gallon of soda pop, and wound up in the hospital with a neat case of acute indigestion. The paper said you weren't allowed out of bed until about a weekend.
Mr. Root, please. If you don't stay in your bed, I'm going to call the doctor and tell him what you...
Don't get excited, sis. I'm not getting up to eat anything. I just want to look out the window and see what's going on in the world. I've been in that bed so long, I'm getting a charley horse where I never had one before.
I don't care what you're getting. My orders...
Now, look, honey. If you try to stand in my way, I'll throw you between two slices of bread and eat you for dinner. I'm just a man who can do it.
What?
Now, be a good girl, sis. Let me look out of the window for a second. I won't stay long.
Well, if you promise not to tire yourself.
I promise. Doggone it, you'd think I was an invalid or something.
Well, you've been awfully sick, Mr. Root.
Oh, sick my eye. I just had one hot dog too many. It's the mustard that don't agree with me.
Yes, I'm sure.
Say, what are all those kids doing down there in front of the hospital?
Oh, they're waiting for the next bulletin.
Bulletin?
On you. Didn't you know? This place has been like a ballpark ever since you were admitted here. Those kids stand out there from early in the morning till after dark.
What for?
To find out how you're getting along. The first day, I saw a couple of them praying.
Praying? For me?
Why not? You're their hero.
I know, but praying? Gosh, I never realized that. I always thought it was the homers in the ballpark. I didn't know anybody really cared about me personally. It's so...
You'd better get back to bed, Mr. Root.
Gosh. Praying. What do you know about that?
The babe was really moved that day, and his admiration for those kids, those unknown kids who cheer him everywhere he goes, is just as great as their admiration for him. But in those days, the babe was just a big kid himself, a big kid with plenty of money to spend, and too much boyish enthusiasm to keep from spending it. He went everywhere and did everything. And although he hit 25 home runs that year, it probably was the worst season he ever had, except for one thing. At a dinner given by the babe for the Sports Writers of America, the Honorable James J. Walker had the privilege of introducing the host.
Gentlemen, our next speaker is the man who invited us to this dinner. A man who is probably as well known throughout the country as the President of the United States. And it's only because I know him so well personally that I can say he's not only a great athlete, but a great fool. This man, who is Mr. Baseball himself, is letting his fans down. He doesn't realize it, perhaps, but by running around and having a whale of a good time at the expense of his health, at the expense of his career, he's not discharging his obligation to the millions of kids who worship him. This man should be setting a fine example for those kids. And instead of staying out late and attending dinners like this, he should be home and in bed so that tomorrow he'll play a better game. Gentlemen, the next speaker is my good friend, Babe Ruth.
Jimmy, you know, I can't say anything after that. You said it all. 100% right. And in front of everybody here, I give you my word, I'll never let those kids down.
Hello? Yeah, this is the locker room. Babe Ruth, who wants to talk to him? Who? Okay, just a minute. You, babe. Some doctor in Jersey wants to talk to you. Who is it? I don't know. He said the name wouldn't mean anything to you anyhow. Something about a sick kid or something.
Okay, I'll take it. Hello? Yeah, this is Babe Ruth. Sure, I'll do the kid a favor if you tell me what it's all about. Uh-huh. Keeps calling for me? Well, why didn't you get in touch with me before? Sure, I'll come out to the hospital. If you think I can do the kid any good, I'll come right now. Oh, all right. I'll be there the first thing in the morning. What's wrong with him, Doc?
Well, he's had a very serious operation, Mr. Root, and he hasn't responded to the treatments we've been giving him. There just doesn't seem to be anything we can do to make him want to fight for his life.
I see.
If he doesn't fight, he won't live. That's why we decided to send for you.
Well, I'm glad I'm here.
I don't think you'd better stay very long.
No, I won't, Doc. Just give me the high sign and I'll leave whenever you're ready.
Fine. Johnny, there's someone here to see you, Johnny.
What?
Babe Ruth is here.
Where?
Right here, kid. Don't you recognize me?
Babe.
That's right, Johnny.
What? You're not really there. You're a movie.
No, kid. I'm sitting right beside you.
Oh, can I touch you?
Sure. Shake hands.
Gee, the babe.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing here, babe? You should be at the Yankee Stadium.
Well, it isn't time for the game yet. I wanted to stop off and see you first. I got a ball for you, Johnny. A ball and a glove.
Gee, you're giving them to me?
Well, I got lots of them, kid. I thought they might help you play better when you got on your feet again.
Gosh. Oh, I don't know. I didn't think I was ever going to get out of the hospital again.
What do you mean? You gotta get out. I've got a ticket for you for next season's opening game. You wouldn't want to miss it, would you?
No, sir.
Tell you something else, Johnny. I'm going to hit a home run for you today. Just for you. So you can think about it while you're in bed. And get well faster.
You want me to get well, Mr. Ruth?
I'm going to make you well, kid. I'm going to be thinking about you every day, rooting for you. Getting bulletins on you from the hospital, even praying for you. The way you prayed for me.
Oh, I never prayed for you, babe.
Yes, you did. Kids always pray for me every time I get up to bat, whether it's in the ballpark or any place else.
Oh, Mr. Ruth.
Oh, all right, Doc, I'm coming. See you again, Johnny. And don't forget that home run. I'm going to hit one for you. And you're going to hit one for me.
Well, you're looking much better this morning, Johnny.
I'm feeling much better, Doctor. Do you think I'll be able to get up and have a catch pretty soon?
Oh, I imagine so. You will be up as soon as you want to get up, Johnny. As soon as you really want to.
I want to now. I want to show all the kids this glove and the ball.
Well, they'll keep for a while.
Babe Ruth signed them. And he gave me a ticket to the opening game next year.
Yes, I know. I was here yesterday, too.
You were?
Uh-huh.
Then you must know about the homer he promised me. Did he hit it?
Yes, he hit it, all right, in the fourth inning. The ball went over the bleachers and completely out of the park.
He's a great guy.
you certainly did yourself proud that day. Of all the home runs you hit, I'll bet that one gave you the biggest thrill.
Well, there's no doubt about it, Tom. Some of my other homers have gotten me more publicity, but that one was my best.
Better than the one you hit in 1927? The one that gave you 60 home runs in one season?
Better than all of them.
Well, Babe, the most publicized homer you ever hit was in the World Series of 1932, remember? The Cubs were riding you that day, and you got so mad you pointed out to the bleachers and cracked the next pitch right over the fence you'd pointed to.
Were you there, Tom?
Oh, you bet I was. And I've always wanted to ask you a question about that poke, Babe. Hey, what would you have done if you'd struck out instead of slamming that ball out of the park?
Gosh, I don't know. I never gave that a thought.
Wonderful story. There's a special day coming soon when greeting cards carry an especially deep meaning. Yes, it's Mother's Day, May 11th. The one day of the year when we really tell our mothers how much they mean to us. And there's no better way to express your love than with a Hallmark Mother's Day card. You see, the makers of Hallmark cards know how we so often leave unsaid the thoughtful and affectionate expressions that every mother likes to hear. So, each Hallmark Mother's Day card is created to make your mother doubly happy that you remembered her on her special day.
You are cordially invited to be with us again next week at this time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards? At that time, you will hear the warm and exciting drama of a man's courage. And our star will be one of Hollywood's most talented actors, John Garfield.
The role of Babe Ruth was played by Howard Smith. Babe Ruth, big man of baseball, was dramatized by Robert Sloan from the article, What Baseball Owes to Babe Ruth, from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The story, as it originally appeared in Sport magazine, was written by Jack Scherr. Mr. Scherr has a story about another exciting sports personality, Mrs. Elizabeth Arden Graham, in the May issue of Sport, which goes on sale tomorrow. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight savings time. If your area remains on standard time, tune in this program 1 hour earlier. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Sloan, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look on the back of your card for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Harry Marvel speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards at America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks teaches English at Madison High, and though she's fond of her work and her pupils, These last few days have been rather hectic. In fact, she's even had to neglect her favorite faculty member, biology teacher Philip Boynton.
And when I have to neglect Mr. Boynton, you can be sure things are hectic. Of course, like most scientific men, he's rather preoccupied. But he doesn't spend all his time looking at frogs and white mice in his laboratory. No, indeed. Every Friday he goes to the zoo and looks at frogs and white mice. But in spite of his apparent absorption in scientific matters, I can't help feeling that deep down underneath there's a definite lack of interest in me. But I keep trying. Now, take this past week, for example. I had to get the midterm examinations ready, but I wanted desperately to get my work done by Thursday afternoon so I could keep a date we had for that evening. But maybe I'd better start at the beginning. Thursday morning, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, woke me promptly at 7:30.
Oh, Connie, it's 7:30. You've got to get up.
Come on in, Mrs. Davis.
Time to rise and shine, my dear.
Oh, I may rise, but you'll have to get your own shine. I'm glad you got me up on time, though. Maybe I can make up a few questions before my first class.
I don't think you should do anything before you finish your work at school. You've been going at this midterm examination too hard, Connie. I don't like to scare you, but I'm worried about your health.
Oh, it's sweet of you to take such an interest in me, Mrs. Davis, but work doesn't bother me. I'm healthy as a horse.
Well, just the same, overwork isn't good for anyone, even a horse. You wouldn't want to get gray around the mane, would you?
Oh. Heaven forfend. But I figured I'll be all right if I keep my fetlock shampooed regularly. Luster cream shampooed, that is.
You've got to build yourself up, Connie. Here, I brought you some juice to drink before breakfast. Taste it and tell me what you think it's made of.
I should know better, but here goes. Oh, that's stronger than usual.
What's in it, Connie?
Well, I would say you took a raw potato, 1 hard-boiled egg, some rye crisp, a cup of kidney beans, and some spinach, and threw them into the mixmaster.
You're slipping, dear. You forgot the hominy grits.
Well, I think I'll skip the juice this morning, Mrs. Davis. I've got to hurry. Walter Denton's picking me up in his car.
Oh, is yours in the shop again?
Oh, definitely. But the repair job this time won't cost me as much as the fine I had to pay. $20 for parking.
$20? Where in the world did you park?
The lobby of the Stevens Hotel.
But how did you ever get in there?
Just like anybody else, through the revolving door. I'm glad you picked me up early, Walter. I've got some work to get done before my first class.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. Glad to be of service. But did you say you've got work to do before your first class?
Yes, Walter, I'm preparing questions for your midterm exams. It's rather difficult getting the right ones.
Well, if I may make a suggestion, why don't you forget about the difficult questions and think up the simple ones? That would make it easier on you, wouldn't it?
Yes, but frankly, I question your motives.
I wasn't thinking of myself, Miss Brooks. It's just that I've been looking at you while I'm driving here out of the corner of my eye, sort of, and, well, you...
Walter, look out for that truck!
Oh! Sorry. Guess I looked out of the wrong corner. Anyway, I've noticed that you've changed a little.
Changed, Walter?
Yeah. I remember when you first got to Madison High, Miss Brooks. You were so vibrant. You were actually pulsating with life and energy, and, oh, gosh, you always seem to be sort of shimmering.
And that's not all. I come in 6 delicious flavors.
I'm not kidding, Miss Brooks. You've got to watch your step. How long do you think the bloom of youth will cling to your cheeks?
It's all according to how you put it on, Walter.
I hope you don't think I'm being too personal, Miss Brooks, but as I look at you, I can't help thinking of something.
What's that?
Did you ever drive out in the country and come to an old deserted pasture?
Well...
And did you ever see at the end of the pasture one lonely old horse with sad brown eyes staring over the fence rail?
I knew I should have shampooed those fetlocks.
I'm not comparing you to a horse, Miss Brooks.
I know, Walter. I'm not fast enough.
Now, it's just the look the horse gets in his eye when he's all worn out. As if to say, I've done my work, And now I'm old. Just an old, tired, beat-up, lonely horse with nothing to show for my years of faithful service.
It's his own fault. When he was young, he probably made a man's neck out of himself. I appreciate your interest in me, Walter, but believe me, I'm not ready for the glue factory yet.
I hope you're not offended, Miss Brooks.
Oh, of course I'm not, Walter.
You know how I feel about you. Gosh, I think you're a thoroughbred. I mean, I just don't want you to get run down.
I won't, Walter. I'm used to hard work. I've been working since I was a young girl.
Really? I didn't think they let girls work way back in those days. That is, what kind of work did you do then?
I helped my mother mostly. They had mothers in those days, too.
What did you do for your mother?
While Father was out hunting dinner, I used to help clean up our cave.
You sound a little sore, Miss Brooks.
Oh, don't be silly, Walter. Why should I be sore?
Well, the way I word things sometimes, it's a little unfortunate. Like the stuff about the horse and all.
I know you meant it for my own good. Forget it, Walter. I have. Well, here we are.
I'll find a place to park, Miss Brooks. You go ahead.
Thanks, Walter. Oh, before you go...
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Got a piece of sugar?
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith with an important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum or $100 a month for life. And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. Ford sedans, Westinghouse laundromats, Fromm Silver Fox scarves, Toastmaster toasters, and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive soap to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Now here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. But hurry, contest closes November 20th. Enter this week. Get Palmolive soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Daddy, you're the principal of this school, and you've got to do something about it.
About what, Harriet?
About what I've been talking about. Miss Brooks overworking. I was talking to Walter Denton, and he told me that Mrs. Davis told him that Miss Brooks is just killing herself.
But, Harriet,
Now, one way to scare a woman into doing something, or not doing something for that matter, is to make her think she's losing her looks. And another way is to get her interested in doing something other than the thing you want her to stop doing. It's as simple as that.
That isn't simple enough. What are you talking about, Harriet?
Look, Walter. We've got to try and get Miss Brooks interested in something outside of schoolwork. Now, I'll talk to Mr. Boynton first. Then as soon as I find Miss Brooks, I'll send her in here to talk to you. Agreed?
Absolutely not.
Good. I knew you'd see it my way.
That's the end of the period, boys and girls. Class dismissed.
Miss Brooks, could I talk to you for a minute?
Certainly, Harriet. Come on up to my desk.
Miss Brooks, as one woman to another, I'd like the privilege of being frank with you.
Go ahead, Harriet.
Well, you're working too hard, Miss Brooks, and it's beginning to show.
Where?
I don't mean you're falling apart physically or anything. It's just your attitude. Since these midterm exams have to be written, you're almost constantly preoccupied. You don't seem to have your old sparkle and crackle.
Oh, great. Now I'm a bowl of cereal.
I know conditions in school are pretty awful nowadays, and, well, you've got a big load to pull.
Here we go again. Idiot, Miss Brooks.
There's a look you get sometimes, like a...
Oh, don't say it, Harriet.
Oh, I wouldn't hurt your feelings for the world, Miss Brooks. There's nothing really radically wrong with you. It's just that you're taking this exam too seriously. Why, I noticed you yesterday in the cafeteria with Mr. Boynton. He just seemed to nibble at your food.
Oh, that's just to make Mr. Boynton feel at home. He's very fond of rabbits, you know.
You should forget about work when you're at lunch. Today I want you to relax. Sit down at that table and really tie the feed bag on.
I'll cut those fetlocks off, that's what I'll do.
Oh, by the way, Miss Brooks, Daddy would like to see you in his office.
Mr. Conklin? What does he want to see me about, Harriet?
Oh, I'm sure I don't know. Maybe as principal of this school, he feels it's his duty to keep his teachers happy. Of course, you've got to know how to handle Daddy.
What do you mean, Harriet?
Just take the bit in your teeth and don't let him drive you too hard.
Okay.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Have a chair.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin.
I was just finishing this report from the school board. Will you excuse me for a moment?
Certainly, sir. Oh, she is so.
No, excuse me, Miss Brooks. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Osgood?
Oh, yes, my dear. I'm glad you got my message to call me back. I just wanted to remind you that this afternoon we're going, you know where for tea?
Oh, you mean to Mrs. Davis's. I haven't seen Margaret in ever so long. Miss Brooks will be there, too, won't she?
Yes, Martha. That's the purpose of the little gathering, to help that party get her mind off. Well, that is, she's been working quite hard lately, and she looks like... That is her face. Confound it, Martha. I can't talk now.
Oh, sure you can, Mr. Conklin. Just make believe I'm deaf, too.
I'll call you later, Martha. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Osgood. Oh, just one thing.
Yes?
If you see Miss Brooks, don't say anything about our dropping in today. Let's surprise her.
Yes, Martha. Goodbye. That was my wife. She sends her regards, Miss Brooks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
No doubt you're wondering why I sent for you. Well, I'll be brief. During the war, my outfit had the most consistently high morale of any unit in Camp Bobrick, Ohio. Now, what has all this to do with you, you ask? A reasonable question. What has all this to do with you?
I really don't know, Mr. Conklin.
Of course you don't. Now, take the time we ran out of ping-pong balls. It was nobody's fault. As supply officer in charge of the post exchange, I had discharged my duties faithfully. But still, there it was. No ping-pong balls. There were murmurings from the men. Muttering and discontent swept through the recreation hall. But I refused to be thrown into a panic. Do you know what I did, Miss Brooks? I made those men use their heads.
Weren't they a little big? How, Mr. Conklin?
By finding another hobby. And that's what I called you here to tell you, Miss Brooks. You've got to find a hobby.
Oh, but I have a hobby, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, what is it?
Collecting a biology teacher. That is, Mr. Boynton and I go to the zoo every Friday.
I'm afraid that isn't enough of a change for you, Miss Brooks. No, what you've got to do is learn how to relax. Have a good time.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin...
Don't interrupt. You've got to concentrate on some outside interest, Miss Brooks. Fun. That's what you've got to have. Fun and gaiety. You've just got to enjoy life more. Be merry. Laugh. Laugh! I don't know just what sort of form your hobby should take, but you've got to get one. You've got to, Miss Brooks.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin, remember your blood pressure. I'll get one. I'll have a ginger peachy time. I'll go to Arthur Murray's. I'll do something. You wait and see.
Good. Good. That's all I want, Miss Brooks, for my teachers to be happy. That's all I want, Miss Brooks, for my teachers to be happy. Contented and happy. Not nervous. I don't want a school full of nervous wrecks. You hear me? No nerves. No long faces. No long faces, brother. Chewy? Huh? Chewy?
Before I go, Mr. Conklin, may I make a suggestion?
What is it?
Did you ever think of getting a hobby?
The cafeteria is pretty crowded today, Miss Brooks. I don't know how you managed to get this table.
Oh, it wasn't hard, Mr. Boynton. I just told the 2 students who were sitting here I'd flunk them if they didn't leave.
Oh, you wouldn't do that, Miss Brooks.
No, not actually.
I'll get our lunch, Miss Brooks. Just tell me what you want.
Oh, I'll go along. It's fun to shove the little tray along the little railing. Gives me a feeling of power.
No, I'd rather you sit here and take it easy. I've noticed how hard you've been working, Miss Brooks, and now that I see you, there's something in your eyes lately that, well, I can't be specific, but they just seem to say...
All these years of faithful service, and what have I got to show for it?
Exactly. I know you've got to get your exam questions set, but the race isn't always to the swift. You've been whipping yourself terribly.
Oh, fine. Now I'm my own jockey.
I just want you to know, Miss Brooks, that if there's anything troubling you, anything at all, I'd be happy to have you cry on my shoulder.
I'd rather laugh up your sleeve. Laugh on that shoulder. Oh, look, Mr. Boynton, it's nice of you to be so concerned, but there's nothing wrong with me.
You're right. There isn't a thing wrong with you that a good hobby won't cure.
Yes, I know. And I've thought of a wonderful hobby.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
It's called short ribs of beef and boiled potato. Would you get me some?
Why, certainly. You hold our places here, and I'll be right back.
Okay, Mr. Boynton. Well, let's see now. Where's that book of questions in English Lit? Maybe I can get a little work done while I'm waiting.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Eat lunch yet?
No, Walter, but Mr. Boynton's getting me some.
Oh, then I won't sit down.
Good.
Have you seen Harriet Conklin?
No, not since this morning, Walter. She seems to have noticed my disintegration, too.
Really?
Mine has been the swiftest decline since the fall of the Roman Empire.
Tell me something, Miss Brooks. Did you ever collect stamps?
No, I never did.
Then you're in for a treat. See you later with my album. We'll put in a few hundred new specimens I just got.
A few hundred? Oh, look, Walter, I'm allergic to mucilage. You better stop at the delicatessen and pick up a spare tongue.
Well, so long, Miss Brooks. I'll see you after school.
So long, Walter. Oh, what's the use? I'll just have to lock myself in a room if I want to work.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Have a nice chat with Daddy?
Yes, Harriet, a nice apoplectic tete-a-tete. Your father told me to get a hobby.
Have you hit on one yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, I'm glad. I've got one you'll just go mad for. Patternless crossword puzzles. I'll bring a big super special one over this afternoon. See you then, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Harriet. And goodbye to my date with Mr. Boynton tonight.
Oh, did someone mention my name?
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton. Say, those short ribs look good.
Yes, they do. I hope you like to eat them the way I do. Plenty of horseradish.
Don't mention it.
Well, let's begin. Here's your dish, and here's your knife and fork.
Oh, thank you. That was good. What's for dessert?
Brooks, you didn't bolt your lunch down already.
I'm afraid I did, Mr. Boynton. I've got to get some work done before my afternoon classes.
Well, this is terrible, Miss Brooks. You're all keyed up. Look, do you play chess?
Not if I can help it, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'm not very good at it, but it's wonderful relaxation. I'd be happy to teach you if you...
Yes, well, some other time, Mr. Boynton. Now, if you'll just hand me my check.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. I'll pay your check for you.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Boynton.
You can give me the money later on.
I'm home, Mrs. Davis. Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Davis.
I'm in the living room, Connie. Come on in.
Well, I didn't get much of my test prepared at school, Mrs. Davis, so I've got to get to work right
That can wait. I've got the yarn right here and 2 sets of extra large needles. Just look at them.
My seconds will call on you at dawn. What in the world are those foils for, Mrs. Davis?
I'm going to teach you to knit. With this equipment, it won't be any time at all before you have yourself a nice Afghan.
I don't want myself a nice Afghan. Give me an American boy every time.
Knitting is just wonderful for the nerves, Connie. Just sit right here and help me roll this skein into a ball.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis...
I do it for you, Connie.
Oh, all right. What do I do first?
Just hold your hands about 6 inches apart. That's the girl. Now I'll start winding. Around and 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 around. Why, what's the matter, Connie?
Nothing. I just wanted to break the monotony.
Now tell the truth, Connie. Isn't this fun?
Oh, yes, indeed. This is more fun than drawing your fingernail over a slate.
Now that we've got a ball, I'll show you how to cast on.
Okay.
What did you say, dear? Oh, it's the cat. Go away, Minerva. We're busy.
Maybe she wants some milk.
No, she just had her lunch. I made it for her myself.
Maybe she wants some bicarbonate.
Now, the first thing we do is catch the yarn onto one needle. So, like this, and like this. Oh, now don't unwind the yarn, Minerva. Be a good girl now.
Yes, Minerva, be a good girl, and I'll boost you up to the goldfish bowl later on. Look, Mrs. Davis, if it's all the same to you, let's let Minerva knit for a while, and I'll play with the ball.
You'll catch on to it in no time, Connie.
Oh, I really must get some work done. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to go into the dining room. I can spread my reference books out on the table there.
Very well, Connie. We'll do some more knitting, but the dining room? Oh, I knew there was something I forgot. You better get in there right away, Connie. You've got company.
That's what I like, prompt messages. Well, hello.
Well, I guess I beat you home, Miss Brooks.
I guess you did, Mr. Boynton.
So did I, Miss Brooks.
Harriet, did you two come over together?
Yes, we did.
Oh.
I drove him.
All this and Walter, too? Well, now that we're all here, suppose we all keep nice and quiet while I do some work.
Oh, you can work later, Miss Brooks. Here, I've got the board all set up. Let me show you how to play chess.
So go ahead, Miss Brooks. I'll start sorting my stamps and looking for prize specimens to show you.
And I'll get a crossword puzzle started so it won't be too difficult for you.
The first row, here, these little ones here are pawns. They move 1 or 2 spaces forward.
I know the moves of the pieces, Mr. Boynton, but honestly,
well, let's just play one game, Miss Brooks. I'll go first. There. Now, don't rush yourself. Chess is a very patient, easy-going game.
Have you got a clean handkerchief, Miss Brooks? I have to clean my magnifying glass.
Here you are, Walter.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Harriet?
What's a 6-letter word for horse?
Have you tried BROOKS?
I've got an EQUINE.
Look at this sesquicentennial Dutch Guiana, Miss Brooks. You can tell by the cancellation it's legitimate. Oh, look through the glass.
Oh, very pretty, Walter.
It's your move, Miss Brooks.
What? Oh, the game. I'll just go here.
Oh, here's a funny coincidence, Miss Brooks. I need a 6-letter word for hobby.
MURDER.
Boy, look at this one. I'll bet there aren't 3 like it in the whole country.
Is that good?
I'll get it.
Hello, Margaret.
Well, Martha Conklin, and Osgood.
Hello, Margaret. Where's the hobby room?
Oh. We're in the dining room here, Osgood. Come along, folks. Here we are. Miss Brooks, guess who's here?
Dr. Gallup looking for a new hobby.
Mr. and Mrs. Conklin.
Oh,
Well, let's not waste any time. We'll get right down to our hobbies. I brought over a bag of toys to be fixed for Christmas. I do this work every year.
And I help Mrs. Conklin with my portable carpentry set. May I set my vise up over here?
Oh, yes, Mr. Conklin, of course.
I'll just dump these toys out on the table, if I may. There we are.
That's not a legal move, Miss Brooks.
Well, I was just... Oh, the chess game. I'm sorry, Mr. Boynton. I'll take it back. I'll move my knight instead. There.
This will do you a world of good, Miss Brooks. Give her a broken toy to fix up, Martha. Think you'd like to stuff a few dolls, Miss Brooks?
I just love to stuff a few dolls, Mr. Conklin.
Before you do that, Miss Brooks, take this glass and look at this early Cameroon.
What's a 4-letter word for purgatory?
Harriet.
Well, that's got 7 letters. Oh, you mean Harriet.
The knight can only go 2 squares vertical and 1 diagonal.
Oh, look at this cute little mechanical man. He can walk and everything. I'll just wind him up.
Give me some of those full toys to plane down, Martha.
Here you are, dear. Are you having fun, Miss Brooks?
Oh, loads, Mrs. Conklin, but would you call the little mechanical man back? He's biting my knitting needles.
His electric drill's a beauty.
Oh, I think it was a wonderful idea, Daddy, our having a hobby afternoon together.
Oh, so do I, Osgood. It's so entertaining.
Sure takes your mind off things.
I'd better saw some of this down here.
What do you mean, Mr. Boynton? The knight can only move 2 squares vertical.
Oh, here's an awfully cute little wagon. It'll be as good as new when we fix the bell. There.
Martha, could you show me that new drop stitch you mentioned last week on the phone?
Oh, that wasn't a drop stitch, Margaret. That was a cable, I believe.
These loose nails will never do. Never do.
Motor seems to be broken on this. You can tell by the shape of the printing that this is a genuine.
Let her work for Billy go.
This horn is fine now.
A little more planing and drilling should do it. Well, that does it. The last toy is fixed.
Yes, and the dolls are all stuffed and painted.
It's been a lovely afternoon, Mrs. Davis.
Thank you, Osgood. It was nice to have you over.
Well, the main thing, of course, is that we were able to interest Miss Brooks in something that could take... Miss Brooks? Miss Brooks? She isn't here.
Oh, that's funny. Where could she be? I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. This is Miss Brooks.
Connie, where in the world are you?
I've discovered a wonderful hobby, Mrs. Davis.
What is it, Connie?
Making up examination questions in the balcony of the Bijou.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I didn't get many questions done, but I did see Rita Hayworth in Loves of Carmen. I knew, of course, that with the examination questions still to be done, I'd have to cancel my date with Mr. Boynton. But that was almost inevitable from the beginning. When I finally reached home, I knew I'd have to buckle down. So I headed right to the dining room, opened the door, and turned on the light.
Of course, you can move the night too horizontal.
Why, Mr. Boynton, if I'd known you were still here, I'd never have turned the lights on.
Next week, tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair.
Dentists know what cleans teeth best. And over 4,000 dentists say Colgate Tooth Powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate Tooth Powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate Tooth Powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate Tooth Powder today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal. America's finest anthracite. Then you'll be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Sweet Dreaming.
Mr. Wilcox, you said something several weeks ago about protective housekeeping. That sounds like an interesting idea to me. I'd like to hear more about it.
Well, that is an interesting idea, and a work-saving idea, too. It comes from the fact that wax not only beautifies floors, furniture, and woodwork, but protects them as well. In fact, I don't know which is the more important benefit, the extra beauty that wax gives, or this extra protection. Take floors, for example. When they are regularly polished with Johnson's paste or liquid wax, they are protected against scratches, against the wear and tear of traffic. They may never need refinishing. And, of course, the wax polish that gives them such rich beauty also makes cleaning a much simpler task. The same thing holds true when you Johnson wax your tabletops, your woodwork, windowsills, radiator covers, and Venetian blinds. The film of wax that makes all these things more beautiful also protects them against wear, dirt, and smudgy fingerprints. Many good housekeepers have told me they just couldn't keep house without genuine Johnson's wax. Buy some tomorrow. The squire of 79 Wistful Vista and his neighbor Gildersleeve are typical red-blooded Americans. They love all kinds of sports and exercise. For instance, here we meet these two sportsmen in an atmosphere of tense excitement, with masculine violence boiling just beneath the surface, as they match their skill and wits in a battle for supremacy.
It's your move, Gildersleeve.
Yes, I know.
Oh,
my, it's nice to see you two boys playing checkers peacefully together. Instead of fighting and bickering.
Yes. Well, I'm a peace-loving man, Mrs. McGee. And if my little chum and I can't get along together like any good friends, I'd... Here, what are you doing, McGee?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm jumping 3 of your men. Thereby winning the game.
Now, wait a minute, McGee. You missed 2 squares.
Why, I never know such a thing.
You did, too. I saw you. You moved from here to here to here.
I did not. I moved from here to here to here to here. Didn't I, Molly?
I'm sorry I wasn't looking. But I know McGee wouldn't cheat, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I wish I was as sure of that as you are, Miss.
Now, you wait a minute, Throckmorton. You cad.
Who's a cad?
You're a cad. No, on second thought, you ain't a cad. You're only a flivver. A broken-down Model T flivver.
Yes, that's so.
Yes, that's
Why, you indeterminate little sand flea? Anybody that would cheat at checkers.
Don't you accuse me of cheating, you tub-tummy ton-of-toggin flurm.
Why, you little... What's toggin flurm?
That's the bait they use to catch renifers.
What are renifers?
What's the matter with you? Don't you know anything?
By George, I'm going home.
Well...
I refuse to play checkers with any bull-headed little beetle brain like you, McGee.
Okay, you big baby. Take your coaster wagon and go crying home to Mama. You can't take it. That's what's the matter with you.
Well, maybe I can't take it, but I can ladle it out, McGee. One more insulting remark from you, and I'll beat your brains out. If I can borrow a feather duster.
You'll beat my brains out. Why, you hollow-headed hippo, you couldn't poke your way out of a hairnet.
All right, that's enough. Give me that checkerboard.
Oh, but Molly, we can't quit now. We're tied 7-7.
Oh, let us play just one more game, Mrs. McGee. We'll be quiet, won't we, little chum?
We were just kidding.
Well, all right then. Just one more game.
Oh, that's fine. And after this, I'll keep my eye on you, chum.
Well, what do you mean? What for?
So you won't cheat.
Oh, so you still claim I cheated, do you? Now you listen to me, you overstuffed
Be
apple.
quiet, the both of you. And give me that checkerboard again. McGee, go upstairs and put on a clean shirt for dinner. And you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Go home.
Oh, Mrs. McGee.
Go home.
Gee whiz, I didn't...
You heard what the lady says, Gildersleeve. Scram.
I'll not have my home turned into a... Oh, well, I won't have it turned into. I might have known this peace and quiet wouldn't last. Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, good night. Good night, little chum.
Hey, look, Molly, we wasn't... Hey, what you doing?
I'm wrapping this checkerboard up. Give me a piece of string.
What you wrapping it up for?
I'm going to give it away.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Just because Gildersleeve and me get into a little argument now and then, shucks, that does us good.
I know that.
Well, and what's the idea?
If it does two fighting men that much good, think what it will do for the Army.
The Army? What's the Army?
Sure, I read in the paper where the boys in camp are short on games and books and magazines. So I'm going to send them this checkerboard, thus helping the War Department out there and Peace Department out here. You still object, dearie?
Well, no, I guess not. But don't send the checkerboard. Just send them the Parcheesi outfit. Oh, I doubt if them dice would be used for Parcheesi.
Why don't you send that cribbage board of yours? You can't use it anymore.
Why not?
It's full of holes.
Termites.
Look, dearie, while we're at it, let's send a lot of things. They need books and magazines, too.
That's a great idea, Molly. This house is getting all cluttered up with books anyway. Must be a half a dozen around here.
Look, McGee, I've got a great idea.
Huh?
Let's go see all our friends and collect a lot of games and books and magazines and send them to camp.
Yeah, that's a swell idea, Molly, but look, please don't send my checkerboard. I and Gildersleeve are tied 7-7. We got to play it off to see who's champion.
Oh, go on. Draw pennies or pitch straws for it. Now, come on. We'll call on everybody we know and get them to donate games and books.
You still going to send my checkerboard?
Definitely.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give up my ping-pong set instead. I'll throw in my wood-burning outfit, my model airplane kit, and the ship I'm building in the bottle.
No, we'll just send the checkerboard and the ping-pong.
Now, incidentally, you know how ping-pong got its name?
No.
It was invented by two Chinese fellas, Fooey Ping and Charlie Pong.
Why, how interesting.
You still going to send my checkerboard?
Yes, and go get the ping-pong set. You know where it is.
Sure.
Where?
Right here in the hall closet. Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days. stuffing.
Isn't it wonderful how everybody is cooperating on this thing, dearie?
Yep.
Heavenly days, we must have a half a ton of books and games and magazines promised already.
Yep, they'll never miss my checkerboard now. So let's keep it, and I can play off the championship with Gildersleeve.
Now. I thought we had that all settled. The checkerboard is going.
Well, shucks, I don't know why you got to send my favorite stuff. You'd have sent my easy chair to the Army, too, if it hadn't had flat feet.
Oh, for goodness sakes, anybody think your life depended on one measly little checker game?
Mine don't, but Gildersleeve's does. It'll kill him if I win. Hey, here's Nick Topopoulos' house. Let's see what he can give us. Well, let me see. If he offers...
Well, for scream's sakes, Fizzer and Cupie, this is an unexpected pleasure. What's roasting?
Huh? He means what's cooking, dearie.
Oh.
Look, Mr. DePopoulos, we're collecting games and books and magazines for the boys in camp. Now, what have you got that we can have?
Well, I don't think we have any games, Cupie, unless you can use some jigsaw poodles.
Oh, jigsaw puzzles are swell, Nick. How about books and magazines, though?
Now you are beginning to talk sense with something to it. I am having a superfluity of books, and I'm happy to get rid of them.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. DePopoulos. Send them over to our house, and we'll have a truck ready to take them out to camp.
Yeah, why are you so glad to get rid of them, though, Nicholas?
Oh, they're too hard on my eyes, Fizzer.
Oh, you read a lot, Mr. DePopoulos?
I don't read at all, Cupie, but my kids are always playing catch with them and hitting me in the face. Yesterday, I'm getting smacked with Gone with the Wind, and for 10 minutes, I'm hearing for who the bells are ringing. Well, I'll send them over.
Thank you.
Now, get a load of the brass knocker, Molly. You'd think anybody as well off as Uppington could afford a doorbell.
She probably thinks a quaint old knocker expresses her personality, McGee.
You mean she has a need for a knocker because she's knock-kneed? Don't you get it? I says she had...
Tain't funny, McGee.
She would be in a bathing suit.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Good afternoon, Uppy. Where's your butler?
You mean Snathers? Oh, I lost him last Saturday.
Oh, that's too bad. You know, he always interested me in a strange way.
How was that, Molly?
Well, he had an expression on his face that reminded me of, well, I don't know exactly, but there was a look in his eye that, well, did you ever clean fish?
Where'd you happen to lose the old frozen puss, Uppy?
It was all very strange.
What, eh?
Yes, he was serving dinner, and the radio was broadcasting the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, the
and
Derby.
after Whirlaway had run the race, Snathers picked up the strawberry shortcake, danced around a bit, and then said, "Here, old girl, wear this for a mask." And you know, the first thing I knew, I was.
He smacked you with it, huh?
Yes.
Oh, dear. Well, I don't blame you for firing him, Abigail.
Oh, but I didn't, my dear. He just quit. Oh, man, I wish there was some way to get him back.
You mean to stand there with your velvet neckband full of Adam's apple and tell me you want that guy back?
Why, of course I do, Mr. McGee.
Well, I don't understand it either, Mrs. Uppington. Why?
Why, because through him I found how wonderful crushed strawberries and whipped cream are for the complexion.
I give up. Come on, Molly, let's go.
Just a second, dear. You forgot what we came for.
Oh, yes.
The magazines for the boys in camp, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. I have them right here, all ready for you.
Oh, well, how did you know about it, Abigail?
Oh, you told Mr. Gildersleeve, and he told his wife, and she mentioned it to the grocer. And he is strictly a guy who tells everybody everything.
Oh, boy, take a squint at these magazines, Molly. Nasty Confessions, Fantastic Mechanics, Bloodthirsty Heartthrobs, True House Detective Stories, Curvy Cutie Cartoons.
Why, Abigail, I never knew you read this type of literature.
Me? Well, really, Mrs. McGee, these belong to the servants.
Oh.
I consider myself insulted.
Well.
And you'd realize that if you ever read these magazines from cover to cover, as I always do. What am I saying? Goodbye.
You see, Wilcox, Wilcox, what we want is games and books and magazines for the boys in camp.
Yes, they're a little short of recreational supplies, Mr. Wilcox.
I see. Well, I've got a croquet set that's hardly been used.
No, you don't get the idea, Harlow. Nothing elaborate like that. Just small stuff.
Haven't you anything you can hold on your lap?
Well, my secretary, Miss Clegg...
Hey. Now, wait a minute, Wilcox.
Well, now, you wait a minute. I was going to say, my secretary, Miss Clegg, will go through my house and see what she can find.
Oh.
And you say you want a lot of books and magazines, too?
That's the idea, Mr. Wilcox. Just send them over to our house, and thank you very much.
Oh, not at all. I was in the Army myself, and I know how it is.
Oh, what was you in the Army, Wilcox?
Well, most of the time I was on kitchen police. As a matter of fact, I still am.
Really?
Folks, I'm sorry. I didn't see it coming. Science has never discovered any way to keep flies out of the cream pitcher, moths out of bathing suits, and Wilcox out of sales talk. But we can dream, can't we? Okay, Wilcox, I'll go along with you. How come you're still on kitchen police?
Why, that's simple. I'm responsible for arresting the wear and tear and the cracking and warping of linoleum.
Oh.
But I don't use a nightstick and a revolver. I arrest them with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, the marvelous polish that shines as it dries.
Personally, I think that's very interesting. Go on, Mr. Wilcox.
My pal.
Try and stop it.
Why, look, with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, linoleum will last much, much longer. It'll retain the original beauty of pattern and color and save hours of tedious scrubbing. Glow coat requires no rubbing and no buffing. It shines itself in 20 minutes or less after applying. And you'll love the new feeling of cleanliness it gives your home. And as an old kitchen policeman, I can assure you that grime doesn't pay.
Oh.
Wilcox, if I had your enthusiasm and you had my brains, we wouldn't be working for the Johnson Wax people.
We wouldn't?
No, we'd be the Johnson Wax people. Come on.
We're rounding up books and magazines and games to send out to the Army camp. Now, have you got anything for us?
Well, now, I would just love to help you out, Mrs. McGee. But I wouldn't dare give anything away without consulting my wife.
Well, go ahead and consult her, Wimple.
Oh, I couldn't disturb her now, Mr. McGee. She's taking her music lesson.
Oh. Does she sing, Mr. Wimple?
No, she plays the... Well, wait. I'll open the door to the music room just a fraction, and we'll see her in action. She's very talented, don't you think?
Wimple, she's certainly got what it takes.
Yes, indeed. Now, if somebody would only take what she's got and throw it away, maybe I'd get a little peace and quiet around here.
Have you protested, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, many times, Mrs. McGee. I often say to her, Cornelia, I say, why don't you give up those drums and go back to your other hobby?
What was her other hobby?
Lion taming.
Heavenly days, lion taming.
Yes, she uses our kitchen chairs, too. They're all scarred up with teeth marks.
Oh.
Believe me, that varnish tastes terrible. My goodness, I don't know why I'm getting so personal. I'll send over whatever I can, Mrs. McGee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, not at all.
The boys in camp will sure appreciate it, Wimple. And I speak as one who knows. Old Army man myself, you know.
I belonged to the Home Guard once.
Oh.
But my wife doesn't like me to have a gun around the house.
Oh.
She says I might accidentally shoot her sometime. That woman is positively uncanny. But, Mr. McGee, what were you in the Army?
I was cook of Company C, Wallace, just like my father was before me. Son of a sea cook McGee, I was known after.
Oh, my.
Son of a sea cook McGee, celebrated in story and song as the supervisor of the soup stove, the skillful scientific Samson of the sizzling steak skillet, and the snappy sergeant of the spud skinning squad, smooth as silk at supplying a seafood spree by subdividing a sardine into sufficient servings to satisfy 6 or 7 small soldiers, smart as the city slicker at switching skinny shrimps into sleek and strong supermen by stuffing same with sausages, sandwiches, and similar succulent snacks, a sturdy citizen at stocking stomachs wimple, but let's hear the king's men singing something simple. The
King's Men sing, Polly, put the kettle on.
Oh, Polly, what do you want?
Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on, and we can have some tea. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on, and we can have some tea. Get out the cookies, we're gonna have a treat. I'll sweep the crumbs away, you'll sweep me off my feet. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on and settle down with me. Polly,
Put the kettle on.
Polly,
Put the kettle on.
Polly, put the kettle on. Polly, put the kettle on. Let's have tea.
Hot cross buns, hot cross buns. 1 a penny, 2 a penny, hot cross buns.
Polly, put the kettle on. I'll go buy a bun. When the tea is boiling, we'll have fun. Polly, put the little kettle on, the little kettle on, the little kettle on. Polly, put the little kettle on, have a little tea for 2. Put a little sugar in to make it sweet. Stir it up, make it sweet. Add a little lemon, then turn on the heat. You and me for tea. Better get the butter and the jelly and the cream. Gingerbread cookies by the score. Hand me down that glow coat. We'll eat right off the floor. Oh, Polly.
Put the kettle on.
Polly.
Put the kettle on.
Oh, golly, Polly, won't you put on the kettle and settle down? Settle down. Polly, put the kettle on, the kettle on, the kettle on. Then settle right down with me.
I'm hungry.
Here, load these books in the truck, McGee.
Load them in yourself, Gildersleeve. I'm busy.
Why, you're not either, McGee. Mr. Gildersleeve and I have done almost all the work.
Okay. Hey, give me a hand with this ping-pong outfit, Gildersleeve.
Certainly, chum.
You take the table, and I'll take the balls and rackets.
Come on now, boys. Let's hurry and get...
Hello, kids. What's cooking?
Oh, hi, old-timer. We're loading all these books and magazines and games and stuff into the truck. We're taking them to the soldiers.
By the way, McGee, do you know the way out there to the camp?
No, not exactly. Hey, old-timer.
Hey!
Which is the best way to camp?
Well, I always say the best way to camp is to pick out a piece of high ground near some running water, then pitch a tent...
No.
What?
No. Which is the best way to the army camp?
Hey? Oh, that. Well, daughter, best way is to drive out of town any direction till you see a soldier standing beside the road. Then you go whichever way his thumb is pointing. See?
Now, that's very intelligent, but I knew you could tell us, old-timer. You got such a wise face.
That's what everybody says, Johnny. They says I got a lot of intelligence in my face for my age.
Yes, you got a lot of age in it, too. It's your face that convinces me that a puss has 9 lives.
That's pretty good, Throckmorton. But that ain't the way I heard it. No, sir. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, says, you been reading about that lady bullfighter down in Mexico? Yep, says t'other feller. Wonderful, ain't she? How'd she ever learn to dodge them wild animals? Dunno, says the first feller, but they say she used to be a cigarette girl in a nightclub.
Get out of the way. Now, get out of the way while we finish loading this stuff, old-timer.
It's all loaded, McGee.
Oh.
It is. And a wonderful lot of stuff, too. Now, who's going to drive?
I am. Now, wait a minute, McGee. Who was it that borrowed this truck?
Whose idea was it to collect this stuff?
Mine.
You want to drive, Molly?
No.
Okay, I'll drive.
I'll settle it, kids. I'll drive.
Well, fine. Let's get going. Get in, boys. Come on.
Hey, not so fast, old-timers. Slow down.
How do you do it?
Yep.
Why, take your foot off the accelerator.
Where is it?
Oh, heavenly days. Didn't you ever drive a car before?
No, but it's fun, ain't it?
Yes, I'm the Morale and Recreation Officer, Captain Gordon. You're Mr. McGee?
No, thank goodness this is Mr. McGee.
Oh.
And this is my wife, Molly Cap.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, Mrs. McGee. And I wish to express the appreciation of our whole camp for the trouble you've gone to get these recreational facilities together for us.
Where shall we unload them, Cap?
The men are already starting to unload the truck, Mr. McGee. The recreation house is right next door. By the way, I didn't meet this gentleman.
What gentleman? There ain't any.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. This is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Cap Gordon, Throcky.
How do you do, sir?
And thank you also, Mr. Gildermorton. You don't know how much you people have contributed to the morale and well-being of our boys. A fine group of young men, and we have to see that they have fun, you know.
Now, come on, Gildy. We better go help unload the stuff.
Oh, yes. Okay, McGee. See you later, Captain.
Certainly.
Well, so you really think this was a good idea, do you, General?
Splendid, Mrs. McGee. Splendid. A great thought, but... don't call me General. I'm only a captain.
Oh, it doesn't matter. When McGee was in the Army, he was only a sergeant. You know, 2 stripes on his sleeve.
2 stripes is a corporal.
It is? Why, he always said he was... Why, that little rascal, in all these years, I believe...
Well, come, Mrs. McGee. Let's go and see if the men had that truck unloaded, eh?
All right. Well, that was fast work. The truck is empty. But where are McGee and Gildersleeve?
I don't know. I say, my good fellow, did you see the 2 men who came with this truck?
Sure did, Admiral. They went right in there. Said they had to finish up.
Finish up? Oh, finish up unpacking those things. Well, come on, Captain. Well, heavenly day.
Okay, Gildersleeve, it's your move.
Yeah, I know.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. You know, during these nice spring days, most of us like to be out of doors as much as we can. Personally, I like to be able to play a little more golf, work a little longer in my garden. I find that most women who keep house are especially grateful during this season for any product that really saves them work. That's one reason so many of them sing the praises of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Actually, thousands of letters come into the Johnson offices saying thank you for Glow Coat. Yes, self-polishing Glow Coat saves hours of work. Not only because it needs no rubbing or buffing, but also because it makes it so easy to keep floors clean, sparkling, and spotless. Linoleum that is polished regularly with Glow Coat lasts indefinitely. Its color's as fresh and bright as new. So Glow Coat is money-saving as well as work-saving. And remember, you save money, too, by buying Johnson's Glow Coat in the larger sizes.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we had some fun with the idea of getting games and books and magazines together for the boys in camp, it is a good idea. They really need them, and they'll be glad to get them.
They certainly do. So look around your house tonight and get a bundle of games and reading matter together for the boys.
Just mail or send it to the Recreation and Morale Officer at the Army camp, post, or station nearest you. It'll be greatly appreciated.
Give them that address again, McGee.
The Recreation and Morale Officer of your nearest Army camp, post, or station. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Polish your car, mister, while you park?
No, I don't think you'll have time, son.
Oh, sure I will, with this new Johnson's Auto Polish car new. It's 2-in-1, you know. Cleans and wax polishes at the same time. And say, I'll bet you won't know your own bus when you see it. I polished 4 cars already today, all with car new. Gee, you ought to seen them. They're swell. Make you a special deal, boss. If you're not satisfied, you don't owe me no dough.
Okay, Bud. Give her the works. I've been wanting to try Johnson's car new myself for 2 months.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Golly, what a wallop. He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios!
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
There's an old saying that goes, you can't love two women at once. But Maurice Taylor is in a dilemma he fears will drive him to a nervous breakdown, a dilemma he tries to solve by murder. Hello, creeps. This is T4Y again, on the stage of the Mystery Playhouse. You know, psychologists have demonstrated that a man may have many personalities. On the surface, Maurice Taylor was an ordinary, respected, middle-class Englishman. But deep within his subconscious was a voice urging him to solve a certain nerve-wracking problem by committing murder.
Psychologists have demonstrated that a man may have many personalities. There is a surface personality, his normal, routine, everyday self, by which his friends know him. But deep within his subconscious mind, there may dwell another personality, unknown to the world, and perhaps unknown even to the man himself. Now, on the surface, Maurice Taylor was an ordinary, apparently respectable middle-class Englishman. But deep within his subconscious, there was a voice that urged him to solve a certain nerve-wracking problem by committing murder.
Stop at Nottingham, Leicester, Banbury, Bicester,
The train is about to leave. I must hurry and get aboard.
Steady now, Maurice, steady. Killing your mistress and making your wife an accomplice to the crime isn't child's play, you know.
Yes, I must get hold of myself. Muriel's on the train, and I couldn't stand any wifely concern. Not now, not now. Sorry, madam.
Look out where you're going. There are other people on this train beside you. That's a bad beginning, Maurice. And everything must work on the split-second schedule. You must see Muriel and then get back to your flat before Vera gets there.
Vera. The other woman the papers would call her.
Control yourself. If Muriel sees your face muscles twitching like that, she may decide to get off this train, not go to London at all. Then what would you do, Maurice?
Oh, there you are, Maurice. You don't know what trouble it's been keeping a seat for you.
Oh, really? Thank you, Muriel.
I was beginning to think the 1:52 might be too early for you, and I'd have to go up to London alone.
I told you if I was busy at the office, I'd meet you at the Chadwicks at 4:30, remember?
Well, of course I remember, darling. I just thought that, well...
What did you think? Tell me, what was it?
Maurice!
I asked you a question. What was it?
Please, Maurice, let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
Sorry.
You are in a state, aren't you? You've been getting more and more nervous every day.
Oh, I suppose it's just the thought of another dull afternoon at the Chadwicks. Nothing but nerves. Oh, good Lord, I've nothing to read. I've got to get a magazine.
But, Maurice, the train will be off any second.
But all right, I can still make the waiting room and back. I'll get on farther down.
Excellent, old man. The train with Muriel aboard is going off without you.
Now I can say later that I took the very next train. But what if someone sees me leaving the station now?
They won't if you don't make yourself so conspicuous. Turn up your coat collar. That's right. Now stand here while the local comes in.
Luck is with me. The local is on time. The train I can later say I took to London.
Relax now. In a moment, a lot of country bumpkins will be pouring out of the station, and you can lose yourself in the crowd.
I wonder if Vera has arrived at the flat yet. Oh, Lord, how mad it is to kill her in my own home.
On the contrary, why shouldn't she visit your home? She's a friend of your wife's. And killing her there is the most clever part of your plan. Who would ever suspect that you would kill her there? Now start walking. That's right. Go on, leave the station. You mustn't keep Vera waiting.
No, I can't keep Vera waiting. I must do it today.
Oh, that's being sensible.
Otherwise, it would be more than I could bear. My mind is spilling apart as it is. I'll go to pieces soon. I'll have a nervous breakdown. Yes, a nervous breakdown. This affair with Vera has been driving me mad.
Paper, mister? All the rugby scores, paper. Get your paper?
What's that? Paper? Why should I want a paper? Don't bother me.
Oh, just as you say, Governor.
Maurice, you called attention to yourself. Don't be so stupid. Now, where are you going? Surely you don't intend to take that bus over there. Every driver on the route knows you by sight.
I have to take the number 3 bus. That'll take me out of the way, and I'll have to walk half a mile to the house. There's little chance of anybody recognizing me. I'll sneak down those grubby, improbable streets and go in the back way. I'll be there by 3.
Now, aren't you glad you stopped and thought? You mustn't do things by habit. Here comes the right bus now. Run for it, Maurice. Relax, Maurice. After all, this isn't the first time Vera's been to the house while Muriel was in London shopping.
Oh, I'm not the kind who can do this sort of thing according to a blueprint.
Think of the advantage that gives you. You're merely committing a crime of passion. That's the kind of murder that gives Scotland Yard the most trouble. As a lawyer, you should know that.
I don't want her to suffer. I don't want anyone to suffer, but I must find some peace. If I don't, the breakdown will come. Poor Vera. I wonder what she'll be thinking about when it happens. When I kill her. That's strange. Vera's always on time. We always used to laugh about that. So different from other women.
Have you remembered everything?
There's the eider down. Vera loves to lie in front of the fireplace, her eyes smiling up at the ceiling, as though she had some silly little secret from the rest of the world.
And the package?
The package, good Lord.
Really, Maurice? It would have been very awkward if you had to go fumbling about for it when you needed it.
Right here, bottom drawer of the wardrobe.
Remember what you have to say if she's curious about it?
Oh, here it is. Everything's straight in my mind now.
Hello there.
Darling. Little Vera.
Hello.
Why is it I can't ever hold you close enough?
Well, perhaps you've never really tried. Perhaps... Maurice, what are you trying to do? Break me in half?
Your lips are always so cool, so steady. And that smell of lavender.
What's happened to you, darling? You're so very gallant today.
Am I?
And actually trembling. Do I affect you that way?
What do you think life with my wife has been?
Well, I'm feminine enough to hope it's been a perfect hell.
Your description of it is most apt.
Well, aren't you going to take my coat? My glove?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, what a glorious fire. It seems the only sense of peace I ever get is sitting here, like this, in front of it.
Peace. Blessed peace.
Oh, come over here, darling. Sit next to me.
At the moment, I'd rather just look at you.
Maurice, there's something strange about you today. You're so near and yet so distant at the same time.
No, my dear. Don't endow me with any mystic qualities. I'm merely a middle-class English nonentity who's dared to rebel against the dullness of domestic life.
Maurice, have you ever wondered why I've gloried in our furtive appointments?
Well?
Well, it's very simple. I enjoy all this because you go about it so badly.
Oh. Is that supposed to be a recommendation?
Well, call it what you will, but it's exciting. Flattering.
Go on.
You're not made for carrying on an intrigue, Maurice. What exhilarates other men just torments you. I've known every night when you couldn't look Muriel in the eye. You've suffered wretched fits of depression and nerves. And all because of me. Maurice, are you listening to me, or are you more interested in that silly package you're holding?
I'm listening.
Well, then certainly you must have something to say.
Shall I repeat myself? And say, I'll never again pass an old woman selling lavender without remembering that I once knew someone whose lips were always fragrant with it.
Once knew someone?
You're very sure I could never give you up, aren't you?
Aren't you?
How does it feel to have such power over someone else's life? It's damnable being with you, and it's just as bad thinking about you when you're away. No one could have put it more neatly than you did before.
I don't think I like you in this mood.
No, let's finish it. We've talked all about Muriel. How about Richard, your husband? Haven't there been nights when you couldn't look him in the face?
Oh, Richard doesn't mean to me what Muriel does to you. I don't think of him as my companion till death do us part. To live comfortably in this world, Maurice, you've no choice but be philosophical.
Meaning what?
If your marriage is a failure, you simply have to make the best of a bad bargain. Especially when the bargain is profitable. Maurice, will you please stop fiddling with that package?
There's something in it for you. I've looked forward all day to giving it to you.
Oh, darling.
No, don't get up. Don't get up. Stay where you are.
But I want to see it. You know how I am about presents.
Well, just turn around. Close your eyes.
Well, but hurry. Oh, please don't keep me in suspense.
I won't. Just a minute.
Oh, please hurry, darling.
Yes, Maurice, what are you waiting for? Such a perfect opportunity. She has her back turned to you and her eyes are closed. She won't know what's happened to her, and you'll be free at last.
I can hear the rustle of paper, darling. Is it flowers?
No.
A necklace?
No.
Even if she turns around now, you can always say, this delicately carved knife is for you, Vera. You can use it to open our love notes.
Put your arms around me. When I see your presence, I want you to be near so I can kiss you.
I won't keep you in suspense any longer, little Vera. Here it is. You didn't think we could go on like this endlessly day in and day out.
She's quite dead, Maurice. And you've no time to stand there and stare at her.
Lying there, she looks so peaceful. Her face is like that of a sleepy child. Oh, Lord, how could I have done such a thing? What am I going to do now?
Still shaken by the thought of having murdered Vera Carraway, Maurice Taylor sits haunched behind his paper on the train to London. He knows it is too late to arrive at the Chadwicks in time to meet his wife Muriel for tea. well, he'll meet her for the train back home at 6:05. But in the meantime, there is all the devilishly intricate necessity of building a foolproof alibi. He now stands in the crowded London station, pondering his next move.
This is the most crucial stage of all, Maurice.
Muriel.
Stop thinking about your wife. That's all you've been doing on the train. There are so many other things to occupy your mind.
How could I brazen it out when Muriel sees Vera's body there in the living room? I'm not that much of an actor to simulate horror, surprise, pity.
First things first. Right now, there's a very important telephone call you must make. Go on. Pick up that phone. Call Tony Baines at his club. Now, if Tony Baines is following his usual schedule, all is well.
Hello, is Tony Baines there? Oh, no, don't bother. How long has he been there? Since lunch, eh? No message, thank you. Goodbye.
It's lunch, eh? Perfect. Now, get over to his office at once. Instead of being impatient because you have to wait in the corridor for Baines, you should toss up your hat in the air and cheer. This is perfect, Maurice.
Been at the club since 12. Now it's after 5.
So much the better.
Suppose Baines gets tight and doesn't come back at all. Then what'll I do?
Don't get panicky. If there's anything you can count on in this world, it's habit. You've known Baines since law school. He'll show up at his office for a few minutes as a sop to his conscience.
Well, look who's here.
Hello, Tony.
Never can tell when you suburbanites will show up.
Quite right.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you, old chap. But you should have let a fellow know. We could have made an afternoon of it. Surprising the things you can get done in a free afternoon in London, eh? Or have you forgotten your old married stick in the mud?
On the contrary, Tony, I agree with you. You can get a great many things done of an afternoon. Things no one would ever suspect or know about.
You sly old fox. Well, come on in and tell me about it. Now, where are those blasted keys?
In your hand, Tony.
Eh? Oh, yes. There. Ah. How long have you been waiting, Maurice? Not too long, I hope.
Almost 2 hours.
Oh, I say, that is a shame.
Not your fault.
Well, must be very important.
In fact, it is. Tony, you could use a little extra business, couldn't you?
Extra business? Could I?
Well, I think I can help you out.
Maurice, if you only could, you've no idea how rough things have been. Oh, I say, you make me feel like a swine. Make me wait out in the hall for hours when you come bearing gifts.
It's all right.
Must be quite a bit of business you have up your sleeve, Maurice.
And I'm very glad to be able to do this, Tony. I've always felt you never got a real start since we got out of law school.
Oh, wretched luck. You've no idea.
Well, to get to the point...
sit down, have a drink.
No, thank you. I don't think there's enough time. As you know, Tony, my partner Morgan has been ill. In fact, he's been talking of retiring.
I believe I heard someone mention it.
I had no idea how hard I'd been working until, well, I began to feel a little shaky the other day. I can't afford to break down, you know.
No, of course not, old man.
So I was thinking, if you'd care to take it on, you could have a part of Morgan's accounts.
Part of Morgan's... George, I can't tell you what this means to me. I'll always think of the 2 hours you've been waiting for me as the most decisive moments in my life.
So will I, Tony. So will I. Well, I have to go now.
Sure about that drink?
Quite sure, thank you. I must meet Muriel and catch the 6:05. Honestly tried to make it, but...
Maurice, why all this fuss?
First all this business about the Chadwicks, and now almost missing the train.
Missing it?
Why, it hardly took you any time at all to get a package of cigarettes, and there are still a few minutes before the train leaves.
Cigarettes?
Yes, silly. You've got them right there in your hand.
Oh.
Now, come on, darling, or we won't get a seat.
Look at Muriel there in the corner of the seat. Her eyes closed, her hand so delicately against her cheek. She wasn't at all upset about my not turning up at the Chadwicks. She always meets the disagreeable things in life like that. Gracefully, fastidiously. Good Lord, if I only had her composure. Well, she'll need every bit of it soon when we get home. Home. Oh, Lord, Vera lying there dead. Dead, I can't stand it.
Stop that. Pull yourself together.
But so much can go wrong. I'll give myself away to Muriel.
No, you won't.
Muriel will hate me. She'll turn me over to the police.
Will you stop that, you fool?
I wonder if Muriel will scream when she sees the body.
Darling, did you say something?
What? No. Perhaps I was thinking aloud.
Oh, you're tired, aren't you? Well, you'll feel better when we get home.
We needn't have taken a taxi home.
Have you loaded down with all these parcels?
There's no hurry about getting home, mister.
You talk as though you didn't care when you got home.
That's the most stupid thing I've ever heard you say.
Maurice, must you talk to me like that?
Oh, I have a rotten headache.
You'll feel better after dinner.
For heaven's sake, stop being so wifely. I'm not a child.
You know, I'd hoped the trip up to London would take your mind off business and quiet your nerves, but it doesn't seem to have helped at all. Well?
Well, what?
Well, surely we're not going to sit here in front of our house in a taxi all night.
Oh.
Maurice, we've got to talk this whole thing out tonight.
All right, but let's not begin now.
It'll be 2 and 6, sir.
2 and 6?
Hot sharp.
Let me see now. How much did you say that was again?
I said 2 and 6.
Oh, yes. I don't know if I have the change.
Why, you get more than enough right there in your hand, sir.
Have I? Well, here, take it. Take it all.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
It's one thing being generous, Maurice, but people don't just dump all their money into a cabbie's hand like that.
I have the key.
Remember what I said about habit? See if you can guess what she'll say next.
I wonder if the fire's still going in the living room grate.
Exactly. You could have guessed it. Well, say something.
Why don't you go and see?
I will just as soon as I get my hat and coat off.
That's smart. Let her go in the living room first. When she discovers what's happened here, she'll be so terrified she won't watch your reactions. Well, the moment is here, Maurice. The most difficult part. It's all right. Hold tight to the doorknob. You need something to lean on.
I don't know if I can stand it.
She's going in now.
Muriel, no! You mustn't go in there. You mustn't.
Darling. Oh, dearest, what is it? Look, you must let me help you.
No one can help me.
Maurice, I'm worried about you. You've been acting strangely all afternoon. Everyone at the Chadwicks noticed it.
The Chadwicks? I wasn't there.
But of course you were. Now, Maurice, I want you to come into the living room with me.
Don't go in there.
Well, don't be silly, dear.
I said.
Maurice, please, I'm going.
No! Muriel. Muriel, I didn't mean to hit you. Muriel! She's dead. Dead. Someone's at the door. Lord, what'll I do? I'll get rid of them. I'll give some excuse, anything.
Hello, Maurice.
Vera.
Why, of course, silly. Don't you remember? Maurice, what's the matter?
Then I didn't kill you. I didn't kill you.
What?
The breakdown had come already. It was only in my mind. I was at the Chadwicks, as Muriel said.
Maurice?
As Muriel said.
Where's Muriel? Oh, answer me. Where's Muriel? Muriel! Muriel! Muriel.
But now it's time to close the Mystery Playhouse. This is T4Y saying good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents... Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Sky's the Limit. Director, Edward H. Griffith. Star, Fred Astaire. Hollywood Screen Directors present a romantic incident with incidental music. For the first time on the air, The Sky's the Limit, starring Fred Astaire in his original role, and introducing the director of the film, Edward H. Griffith. Some 24 years devoted to the creation of films have convinced tonight's guest screen director of one cardinal truth, that you can't create what you don't feel. Thus, in his mind, screen directing and the seeking of adventure have become synonymous. From the Arctic to the tropics, he has searched out a wealth of experience in order to bring a distinctive quality of realism to such films as Holiday, Animal Kingdom, Cafe Metropole, and Bahama Passage. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of The Sky's the Limit, Mr. Edward H. Griffith.
Thank you. It was only a few years ago that a new kind of motion picture literature came to our screen. The story of the war was being told, and The Sky's the Limit told part of it from a unique vantage point. Not from a battlefield overseas, but from a furlough in New York. Today, there's a surprising, nostalgic appeal to this story of romance on the edge of the unknown. A story told as it was lived so many times with a chuckle, an offhand gesture,
Now here it is, The Sky's the Limit, starring Fred Astaire as Jerry Burton.
You gentlemen care for another drink?
Bourbon and soda here. Reg, what about you?
No, nothing, thanks, Jerry.
Excited, huh?
You said it. Last week I was 1,000,000 miles away from Peggy, and now...
Now you're going to have a wife again. For a little while. She's going to have a husband.
It's a funny war.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny war, all right. Last week, you and Reg were flying thunderbolts over Germany. Tonight, you're in civilian clothes, sitting at the bar of the Colonial Club in New York, and it feels great. They'd sent you home for one of those public relations tours. Now the speeches are over, you have 7 days leave, and you've made up your mind to do nothing but have a little fun pretending you're a civilian. And forget your captain, Jerry Burton.
Come on, Jerry. Peggy's train's due in half an hour. She and I... we don't have much time.
You watch Reg's face. You add everything up, and in a way, you're glad you're lonely. You're glad nobody's going to be waiting for you when you go back.
Gosh, Jerry, I don't want to be late for that train.
You go ahead, Reg, old boy. Have a good lead. No more reporters, no more interviews.
What about you?
Me? Oh, I'm strictly for laughs. I think I'll spend the week being a civilian.
Yeah, I'd like to get into civvies myself.
Maybe I'll plant a sleeping bag under the bar and set up light housekeeping. How's that?
Big time, huh?
Yeah, go on, beat it, kid. And give my regards to Peg.
Okay, see you next week, Jerry.
So long. Reg walks out, and that neat gray business suit you've got on feels kind of strange. Then you look down the bar and you see a girl. She's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen. Just like that, you know exactly how you're going to spend your leave.
Another drink, sir?
No, that girl at the end of the bar. You know her name?
Oh, sure, Jean Mannion. She's a photographer.
Who's the fellow she's talking to?
Phil Harriman. Nice guy is her boss. He publishes Eyeful.
She certainly is.
No, I mean that high-class picture magazine. She's going to take pictures here tonight.
Thanks. They seem to be arguing. Maybe they need a referee.
Jean, I love you, but please let me run my magazine my own way.
The whole world is exploding, Phil. Why can't I go to Russia or China instead of photographing stupid nightclub celebrities?
Oh, miss, would you be interested in taking my picture?
Who are you?
I'm directly descended from the guy who ate the first oyster.
I see the resemblance. Go away. Look, Phil, why not give me a chance to go overseas?
Jean, I like you here. I don't want you traipsing all over the world like a...
Like a three-legged antelope.
Like a three-legged antelope. Hey, that doesn't make sense.
That's what you get for eavesdropping.
Oh, that man is impossible. Hand me my camera, Phil. I'm going to work.
Now, that's what I call a fascinating girl.
Yeah, she sure is. She makes me tingle all over. Hey, do I know you?
No, but don't apologize. I've got news for you. I think we're going to have something in common.
Indeed. What?
I'm beginning to tingle, too.
Hold it, please, Mrs. Kraft. Thank you.
Hello there.
Oh, it's you again.
Exciting, isn't it?
Just what do you want, Mr. Whatever your name is?
Jerry Burton. Burton's the name. It's this way. There I was, minding my own business, easing my way through a bourbon and soda, when suddenly I looked up.
I'm terribly busy, Mr. Burton.
And there you were. There you stood, Jean, the most beautiful, the most enchanting, the most desirable, the most fascinating woman I'd ever seen in all my life.
Pardon me, but your adjectives are showing.
All I said to myself was, Jerry, you're in love.
That's fine. Now, if you'll pardon me...
You mean you're not going to dance with me?
I most certainly am not. Stop dragging
Don't
me.
make a scene. You dance divinely.
You know, you interest me.
Oh, I'm just a little thing my mother dreamed up.
I mean purely in a psychological way.
I was afraid of that. Well, if I never see you again, this will be my shining hour. calm and happy and bright. In my dreams, your face will flower through the darkness of the night.
Say, who are you anyway?
Oh, let's say I kind of dropped in from the clouds.
I bet they miss you up there.
I'll be going back. But right now, I'm going to take you home.
I still don't know why I'm letting you walk me home.
Just one of those things. Why do owls stay up late? Who knows why? Hey, look. I found a penny. Here, put it in your shoe. For luck.
Yeah, maybe you need it.
I couldn't be luckier than I am right now, here with you.
But you don't even know me.
In my business, you get to know people fast.
What is your business, anyway?
Oh, just drifting around.
You know something? There's a war going on. Did you ever think about just drifting into that?
Yeah, I've thought about it.
Just not interested?
Not right now.
Really? Don't you even have a job?
Not at the moment.
Well, I suggest you find one.
Okay, maybe I'll get a job, honey, just for you. What are you doing tomorrow?
Photographing a construction job.
Oh, where?
56th and 3rd Avenue. Well, this is where I live.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, thanks for the penny.
Money means nothing to me.
Good night, Jerry.
Good night, Jean. Wow. A girl like that at a time like this. Well, what do you know?
Just move the jackhammer a little to the left. That's fine. There, good picture. Many thanks.
Hey, lady, how about me? Do you think this shovel matches my eyes?
You working?
You made me what I am today.
Oh, I take back everything I said about you.
Hey, buddy, you looking for a job?
Why, yeah, sure.
Just a minute. Isn't this man working for you?
No.
Why, you phony.
I'm working. Do I have to get paid for it?
Yes, you do.
That your wife, buddy?
Yeah, listen, Pop, come here. I'm out of work, see? She's driving me crazy. Follows me around.
Lady, that ain't no way to be.
You keep out of this.
Buddy, if my wife done this, I'd bust her right in the nose.
But you see, I can't because she...
Yeah, that sometimes makes them kind of temporary screwballs.
Oh, so now I'm screwball.
Lady, these things happen every day.
Oh, of all the arrogant insults.
Uh-oh, there she goes. Hey, Pop, here's your shovel. Jean!
There's still nothing like a good bust in the nose.
Well, Jean!
Seriously, are you crazy?
If I am, it's your fault.
Oh, Jerry, why don't you come back to Earth?
I will, someday.
Why not today? Ever work for a publishing firm?
Oh, there you go again. Work. Yeah, I've hacked around a few newspapers, yeah.
Well, that's wonderful.
Why?
I want you to see the man I work for, Phil Harriman. I'll speak to him about a job.
On one condition.
What's that?
Dine with me tonight.
You promise you'll go to work?
I promise.
Good night, Jerry. It's been a wonderful evening.
Jean, do you mind if I ask you a question?
No?
How come you never married your boss?
Why do owls stay up late? I don't know.
Well, he's in love with you. Even I could see that last night.
Oh, Phil's awfully nice, but not the right man, I guess.
What's he like? The right man.
Oh, Wordsworth put it pretty well.
How?
A creature not too bright or good, for human nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles.
Jean, there's something you ought to know. I'm not...
Oh, Jerry, look, don't tell me what you're not. Tell me what you are.
A guy with you in his eyes. That's all.
Oh, Jerry,
Jean.
I think I'd better go in.
I wish you wouldn't.
You won't forget about tomorrow.
I won't forget. What's tomorrow?
Why, you're going to ask Phil for a job.
Oh, that. Yeah, sure. Good night, baby. You ride a pink cloud back to the Colonial Club for a nightcap. Just a quiet drink and a lot of thinking. More thinking than you ever dreamed you were capable of. Then all of a sudden, Reg pops in and the cloud explodes.
That's right, Jerry. Now, leave's canceled. I figured you'd come back here sooner or later.
How long have we got?
We're flying back day after tomorrow.
But why? What's the rush?
They say there's a big fighter sweep on. We've lost a lot of planes. They want us back.
Well, that's it. That does it.
Hey, where are you going?
For a little walk. I got a few things I want to think about.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Sky's the Limit, starring Fred Astaire, with Sharon Douglas, and introduced by the director of the film, Edward H. Griffith.
Jerry, you kept your word. You came to the office.
Jean, I want to tell you something.
Look, darling, don't get cold feet now. This is your big chance. I told Phil all about you.
But, Jean, you don't understand.
Oh, now you come with me. Here's Phil's office. You can go right in.
Jean, can't we... will you listen to me for a minute, please?
No, darling, and here's something for luck.
Oh, say, it's the lucky penny.
In case that doesn't work, here's something else for luck.
Okay, Jean. We'll do it your way.
I'll be waiting.
Huh? Oh, hi. I remember you. You're Burton, the fellow Jean's been talking about.
Jerry's the name.
I'm Phil, Jerry. Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, frankly, Jerry, are you serious about a job?
Frankly, Phil, no.
Well, that's that. You don't play gin rummy, do you?
Oh, a little bit.
Well, I just happen to have a deck of cards on my desk.
Is this the way you treat everybody who walks in here?
Oh, just the people I like. I'll deal.
Go ahead. Mind if I talk while we play?
About what?
You. I've heard a lot about you.
Through Miss Mannion, of course. You want that card?
No.
You don't want to talk about me. You want to talk about Jean.
You sure like to toss off those low ones, don't you?
Well, I play a rather unorthodox game.
So do I. Tell me something. Why don't you marry Jean?
What? You wouldn't be in love with her yourself, would you?
We're not talking about me. You want this queen?
No. Go on.
Sure, I like Jean. I've liked a lot of girls.
But you don't want to marry, huh? Live alone and wolf it.
Yeah. When I do marry, it'll be someone like a creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles.
Kisses, tears. Hey, that's very good. Wordsworth, isn't it?
Yeah, that belongs to the one girl I'll never forget. Say, what's the name of this game?
Gin.
That's just what I've got. Thanks, Phil. I win. So long, Phil. See you around.
Jerry, did you get the job?
Here's your lucky penny.
Did it work?
No, neither do I.
Didn't Phil want to take you on?
I didn't want to go on.
But, Jerry, you
I
promised.
changed my mind. You know how it is.
Sure, I know. All right, Mr. Fun and Games. We both made a mistake.
Want to throw me out of your office?
No, Phil, I'm glad you came in.
Gene, this Burton fellow, he was the big thing, wasn't he?
Why don't you tell me what a sap I was?
I'll tell you what a sap you can still be. Marry me, Gene.
Really, Phil?
Well, you see, Gene, I need somebody like you. A creature not too bright.
What?
Well, you didn't let me finish. A creature not too bright or good for
human nature's daily food.
Who told you?
I told Jerry.
You told... Then you're the girl. The one he'll never forget.
He said that?
Oh, somehow I'm beginning to suspect I've botched this thing but good.
Oh, but you haven't, Phil. If Jerry said that, it means he... What does it mean?
Don't worry, honey. Just leave everything to your Uncle Phil.
Another bourbon, straight.
Coming up.
Hey, bartender.
Yeah?
If I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever the Colonial Club.
Colonial Club. Yeah.
Hi, Jerry.
Oh. Well, hello, Phil.
Kind of figured I'd find you here.
Nice figuring. Any special reason?
Oh, I like your style of gin rummy. Brought the cards.
Deal 'em.
Mind if I talk while we play?
About what?
You. I've heard a lot about you.
Through Miss Manning, of course. Want that card?
Yeah, I'll take it. I think I understand what happened.
What's the difference?
You're afraid of being in love, aren't you?
You play a lousy game at gin.
Well, I'm improving, Captain Burton.
How'd you find out about me?
Oh, heroes have a way of getting their pictures into the newspaper.
I know, hero. That
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Want that card?
No. Does Jean know the truth?
No.
Do me a favor, Phil.
What?
Don't tell her.
Well, suppose she loves you.
Come on, play your cards.
Look, I want to see her happy.
So do I.
Want to make a deal?
What kind?
You beat me once at this game. I don't think you can do it again.
And if I don't?
If you don't, I tell Jean the truth.
You're on. Pull a card.
Right. I'll try a knock with 2.
That's not good enough. I've got 1.
Oh, looks like I'm blitzed.
Yep, I'm a lucky guy.
What about Jean?
She'll forget it.
Will you?
Look, I'm not really living. I'm just walking a tightrope between here and there, see? I want to walk it alone, nobody to break the fall. For a while, somebody almost got hurt. Now it's fixed and it's swell and...
Is it?
Oh, do me a favor, Phil. Marry her, will you?
Can I give you a lift?
No, I'm going to stick around a while. Thanks.
Good luck. So long.
Hey, bartender.
Yeah?
Leave the bottle on the bar and give me a fistful of change for the jukebox.
Sure.
Thanks.
Hey, Mac, come on. We're going to close up.
Let me have some more change.
Okay. But it's late. This is the last time. It's late.
Last time. Right. thanks for the beer. I hope you didn't mind my bending your ear. Don't let it be said, little Jerry can't carry his load. Make it one for my baby and one more for the road, that long, long road.
You want to see me, Phil?
Yes. Jean, are you sure you don't want to marry me?
Oh, Phil, please.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I might as well be noble about this. I've got an assignment for you.
Oh, a good one?
You know those fighter pilots who were sent back home, the ones the papers made such a fuss over?
I read about them.
Well, they're going back overseas today, so grab your camera and get out to LaGuardia.
Right. Is there anything else I should know?
Yes. Your boss is a half-baked idiot. Now move fast. You haven't got much time.
It's been a great leave. Just great. You're walking across the tarmac toward the waiting transport plane. Your stomach feels like a pretzel doing a loop, and there's something else there. Loneliness. Loneliness so bad you wish you were a kid again so you could cry. And then somebody's yelling at you.
Captain, my magazine would like a few pictures. Would you mind?
I've had enough pictures.
Oh, it'll only take a minute. Jerry.
Jean, what?
It can't be you.
Oh, say it again. I think I'm dreaming.
But you are... Oh, darling.
So Phil told you.
No, he just sent me to cover the story. I didn't know.
Well, I wanted to tell you, but...
What didn't you? Why didn't you?
A guy like me, it's no good.
A guy like you. A girl like me. Oh, Jerry, it's always good.
I must have been crazy.
Hey, Jerry, come on.
That's my buddy. We're taking off.
Darling.
I'll be back. We'll have this war licked in no time, honey.
Sure you will.
Oh, Jean, I love you.
You wonderful dope.
Goodbye.
You've got to come back to me.
A little kiss for luck.
Here. Take our penny, the lucky penny.
You keep it. For both of us. Give my regards to Wordsworth. Suddenly you're airborne. As the plane wheels over the base, you see her down below, waving. And just like that, you know everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be swell.
Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater cocks a quizzical eye at an age-old problem as we present the light-hearted motion picture comedy The Trouble with Women. And the star of our story will be Ray Milland. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Fred Astaire and Sharon Douglas.
You know, Fred, there's one scene in The Sky's the Limit I'll never forget. And you didn't do it on the air tonight.
What's that, Sharon?
The one for my baby number when you broke a great big mirror during your dance.
Well, I'll tell you why we didn't do it tonight. I learned to play gin rummy during the picture.
Well, you mean that has something to do with it?
Certainly. When I broke the mirror, that meant 7 years bad luck. Now, if we did the scene tonight, it would have meant 7 years bad luck for the rehearsal and another 7 years for the actual show.
What about the gin rummy?
Sharon, you wouldn't want to wish 21 years bad luck on a gin rummy player, would you? I mean...
Oh, now I understand. Good night, Fred. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And good night to you, Fred Astaire and Sharon Douglas. The Sky's the Limit was presented through the courtesy of RKO Pictures Incorporated, producers of Adventures in Baltimore, starring Robert Young, Shirley Temple, and John Agar. Fred Astaire will soon be seen in the MGM Technicolor production, The Barclays of Broadway. Included in tonight's cast were Jay Novello, Harry Bartell, Barton Yarborough, Ed Max, and Dan Riss. Mr. Griffith's portion of the program was by transcription. The Sky's the Limit was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Hal Gibney. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Trouble with Women. Director, Sidney Landfield. Star, Ray Milland.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Bobby Riggs, the holder of the world's professional tennis championship, plays a dazzling game of tennis. And he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate Lather Shaving Cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate Lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and leather fans to try Colgate Lather Shaving Cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather Shaving Cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. And I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. Now, Kiddies, London, which is the capital of England, is noted for a number of curious historical events. King Charles was beheaded in London. They had a fire there and a plague. And it is also the place where Harry Lime broke 3 music boxes and founded an orphan asylum. Please don't ever say I'm not a music lover and a philanthropist, because I'm not.
Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man, in today's story, Operation Music Box.
Good afternoon. Mr. Dowdley?
That's right, madam.
I'm interested in a music box.
Certainly, madam. We have a number. I'll go and get them.
Just a moment, though, Mr. Dowdley. I'm only interested...
He didn't hear you. I think he must be a little deaf.
I guess so.
You know, you make me homesick.
What do you mean?
Don't you know what it is to be homesick?
I sure do. I've only been away a few weeks, and I'd certainly like to be back. But why do I make you homesick?
Well, you make me think of Central Park and the fountain by the plaza, Fifth Avenue in the morning in May, and the sound of roller skating on the sidewalk downtown, hoot of shipping on the East River. Everything, in fact.
How do you know I come from New York?
I just guessed.
Here's your check, Mr. Lime.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Entwistle.
Here we are, madam. These are all the music boxes we have. These two are 17th century, and this one 18th century. This one, well... That's a delightful tune, isn't it?
I should have explained, Mr. Dudley. I don't care if the music boxes were made in the 17th, 18th, or 19th century. I don't care when they were made. What I want to know is, when did you buy them?
But, madam, surely the value of a music box lies in when it was made, not when it was bought.
Not to me, Mr. Dudley. I'm only interested to know whether you purchased any music boxes between February and June of last year.
We're here to sell antiques, Miss...
Chappick.
Miss Chappick, not to disclose records of our purchases.
If you'll excuse me butting in, I guess what this lady's trying to say is that she's ready to buy any music boxes you happen to purchase during that period that she's been...
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm quite capable of making myself understood, thank you.
But, Miss Chappick, do I take it that it is as Mr. Lime here suggests?
Yes.
Well, in that case, we'll see what we can do for you. What do our records say, Mr. Entwistle?
Yes, let me see. Yes, during the period in question, sir, we purchased 4 music boxes, 3 of which have since been sold.
And the 4th?
It's the one Mr. Dowdley is holding at the moment, madam.
May I look at it, Mr. Dowdley?
Certainly.
Got a hammer.
A hammer? A hammer?
Yes, a hammer.
Hey, you're not going to buy this music box just to smash it up, are you?
Yes, do you mind?
Well, it's all right with me.
I've never heard of such a thing. In 50 years' experience of selling antiques, I've never heard of such a thing.
Why should you care? You can name your own price.
Oh, there's a little more to it than that, isn't there, Mr. Entwistle?
Certainly, I think so.
Miss Chappick, I don't like to see beautiful things willfully destroyed.
I said you could name your own price, Mr. Dudley.
Oh, in that case, I must warn you the price will be a stiff one. Entwistle, give Miss Chappick a hammer.
What? Very well, Mr. Lime.
Is this a habit of yours, breaking up music boxes?
You don't know how many I've broken up in the last week.
Well, here comes your hammer.
Here you are, Miss Chappick.
Thank you. No good.
And that little act of wanton destruction, Miss Chappick, will cost you exactly £35.
It's okay, Mr. Dudley, but I'd like you to do one thing more for me, if you will. I'd like you to let me have the names and addresses of the people who bought those other 3 music boxes. I'll pay a stiff price for that, too.
Oh.
Let me get you a taxi.
Don't bother.
For a minute, I thought he was going to refuse to give you those addresses.
Well, he didn't, did he?
Taxi. Oh, so he's trying that when the flag's down.
I know. It's waiting for me.
Well, in that case, you can give me a lift.
I don't suppose for a minute we're going in the same direction.
That's just where you're wrong. And that's how I met Myrna Chappick. My interest in this girl was twofold. First of all, she definitely started where the petty girls left off. And secondly, there was this little matter of the music boxes. My left little toe was twitching. Could have been the damp weather, of course, but with me it's usually a sign that money is in the air. Anyway, an hour later we were on our 4th martini, and Myrna was beginning to unbend. Now, come on, Myrna. What is all this? What's the idea of busting up all those music boxes?
Have you heard of Jan Chappick?
You mean the Czechoslovakian guy, the politician?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
The day before he died, he wrote me a letter from London. Hand me my purse, will you?
Yeah, here you are.
Here, you can read it.
My dear Myrna, you will not know me except perhaps from seeing my picture in the paper many years ago, but then that is not surprising, because I only know you from seeing yours. The other day I happened to see in an old issue of the American magazine Esquire a colored photograph of Myrna Chapek. I couldn't help remarking the resemblance to your mother, my sister, who left for America some 25 years ago. Had you ever heard of this guy? Did your mother ever mention it?
Not that I remember.
Well, how come you took your mother's name, not your father's?
My father's name was Chapek. He was a coal miner in Pennsylvania.
It's a funny thing, your mother marrying a man of the same name, wasn't it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it wasn't. She was an Italian.
And the man who wrote this letter wasn't your uncle?
No, it couldn't have been it. You know, I'm talking too much. I don't know whether it's you or the martinis.
It's both.
Well, go ahead, read the rest of it.
Okay, now, my dear niece, this is a painful task which I have before me, but really there is no possible choice. You must know that when the communists seized control in my country, a price was put on my head, and I only managed to escape at the very last moment by concealing myself in the tail of an American airliner which was leaving Prague that night. Like many others in Europe in those terrible last years, I managed only to take away with me the meagerest of possessions. A small traveling case light enough for me to carry, for I was ailing and feeble even then. I have said that the purpose of this letter is a painful one, but perhaps you will not find it so, because after all you do not know me, and surely will not receive the news of my death with any sorrow. But the fact is that I will be gone by the time you read these words, which are not intended so much for a farewell. People who don't know each other can't very well say goodbye, can they? But as a last will and testament. I am leaving you the contents of my little suitcase, Myrna, a few shirts, a necktie, and the unfinished manuscript of my last book. These you will not find very exciting, I'm afraid, and I can't imagine you're traveling across the ocean to claim such an inheritance. But there is a music box, Myrna. It's the only thing of value I could take away with me on my flight. I want you to have it, and I give you my word that it will be worth your trouble to come after it. The landlady, who is not a sympathetic woman, has not been entrusted with the secret, and unluckily she has not been paid for the rent of this attic room for several weeks. By the time you come to London, she will have sold it, and you must find out where and to whom, and you must buy it back. And now my hand is very tired, and I cannot go on pushing this pen across the paper for many more words. I send my blessing to the child of my sister, who has inherited her wonderful green eyes, and also something else almost as wonderful and almost as green. Your Uncle Yan. Almost as wonderful, almost as green. That could be emeralds.
I'm sure that's what it is.
And you think the emeralds are concealed in the music box? In a false bottom or something?
I don't think it. I know it. And I'm going to get those emeralds if I have to break up every music box in London.
I left Myrna a good deal later that night. We'd had a wonderful time. I had her promise that we'd meet the next evening. I also had something else. I had that list from Dowdley's antique shop. Oh, yes, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I pinched it out of her purse. And you're right. That's what I did. Somewhere in London there were 3 music boxes. In one of those 3 was a fortune in emeralds, and I've always been a great believer in the old adage, finders, keepers. Yes, if anybody was going to break up any music boxes, it was going to be me. Good morning. Is Miss Moira Corkbottle at home?
No, she's out.
Well, have you any idea where she's gone?
Well, I wouldn't like to say for sure, but, well, you could try the Velvet Penguin.
All right. The Velvet, the what?
It's a nightclub.
Velvet Penguin? But a nightclub? This is 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, if she's anywhere, that's where she'll be.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with today's story, Operation Music Box.
Like all nightclubs, the Velvet Penguin looked more than ordinarily squalid at 10:30 in the morning. Most of the chairs were piled up onto the tables, and by the glare of a work light, an unhappy-looking character in shirt sleeves was pounding the piano. A girl was singing. 3 or 4 other girls were waiting their turn, while a committee of fat, sleek gentlemen sat in judgment.
Okay, honey, that'll be enough. We get the idea. Yeah, what's your name again?
Moira Corkbattle.
Yeah, we'll let you know if anything turns up. Don't call us, we'll call you. Next.
Pardon me, Miss Corkbottle.
Yes?
My name is Lime. I'd like to talk to you for a minute, if you don't mind.
What's it about, a job?
Well, no,
It isn't. I'm not interested. I've had just about as much of this audition racket as I can take. I'm
I can
fed up with the
imagine.
whole cabaret game. Just as soon go back to singing in front of a band, even in the smalls.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask you about that music box. You bought at Dowdley's last February.
You a detective?
Not exactly. You did buy one, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but it didn't do me any good.
What do you mean it didn't do you any good?
I thought it would soften him up.
Soften who, Miss Corkbottle?
My uncle, of course. My uncle Ben Corkbattle. You know, General Corkbattle.
No, I don't know.
You mean you never heard of General Corkbattle?
No, I never did.
Well, you haven't missed anything. He's an old skinflint and he hates women, even nieces who send him nice antique boxes filled with his favorite Turkish cigarettes on the occasion of his 101st birthday.
Is he really that old?
Of course not, but he acts that way.
He has the box.
Yes, when last heard from, he had the box. I wish he had the measles.
Would you like to be a good kid and give me his address?
Yes, all right. Give me a bit of paper and pencil and I'll write it down for you.
Here you are. I'll write it on this.
Okay. Now, look, if you see him, tell him I'm starving to death, which is true, that I speak of him constantly, which is also true, and that if he can see his way clear to sending me £100 or even a fiver, but no, he won't. I know him. Well, good luck with the General, Mr. Lime, and don't forget to wear your bulletproof vest.
Stick to you. Wait a minute. You don't look like a peddler.
Oh, no, sir. I'm not. Say, I'm a collector.
What, dust collector? Garbage collector? What kind of collector? Well, speak up.
Music boxes.
Oh, another one. By gad, the thing's turning into a positive plague. Well, come in. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, sir.
Well, come into my study. Now, then, what's the explanation of this wild rash of music box collectors? Who'd want a music box? Blasted things make you jump. Give me the Jim Jams. Well, come in, young fella. There must be something in music boxes I don't know about. A fine-looking young woman like Mr. What was your name again, my dear?
Chapek, we know each other, General.
Oh, you do?
Yes, we do.
Yes, well, that's not surprising. After all, you music box bugs probably have some kind of club or other. Hold meetings, swap boxes and all that, eh?
Oh, we're going to hold a meeting, General. You can be sure of that, Harry.
Now, please, Myrna, don't misunderstand.
I understand perfectly.
Now then, I haven't got all the morning.
Here we are now.
Now then, before this young fellow interrupted us, you were making me an offer.
Yes,
Offer?
for your music box, General.
Oh, that is if you're willing to sell, General. What's your price?
£2.
£3.
£4.
£10.
15 guineas.
25 guineas. This is as high as I'll go.
Well, that's the highest bid. Well, going? Gone. No, don't write a check, young fella. I'll take it in cash.
You've got a nerve horning in on this. I guessed you were up to something when I missed that list from my purse. You took it, didn't you?
Sure, I took it. What are you worrying about? You seem to be doing all right without the list.
Only because I happen to remember seeing the name Corkbottle on top of the list, and luckily there are only 3 or 4 of them in the phone book.
Smart kid. You deserve better luck.
My luck's all right. I've caught up with you, haven't I? From now on, you've got yourself a constant companion,
Oh, good.
so you'd better start getting used to it.
Well, that shouldn't be hard. Myrna.
Yes?
Give me that hammer.
Give it another suck.
No use, Myrna. No use. It isn't this one.
How do you do?
Good
Are you
afternoon.
Mr.
Are you Mr.
Chelychev?
Chelychev?
I am Count Chelychev.
Oh, I beg your pardon,
Yes.
Count Chelychev. I wonder if we could come in for just a moment.
Well, I
Count
don't know. I
Chelychev,
don't know. I am pressed for time.
we won't take
Well,
any-
I suppose I can spare you a few minutes.
Oh, thank
Just
you very
a few
much.
minutes.
Thanks.
Come
An awful lot. Most kind of you, Count. because-
This way,
swell face you got
It
here.
is. It's wonderful. I can see that you're a man of taste, Count
Yes.
Chelychev. You've got some lovely pieces of furniture
It
here.
is possible.
Oh, no, it's
Not
more
what
than
I
that.
was used to in the old days, in the Tsar's time.
Oh, I can
Now,
imagine.
what is it you want, please? What?
Well,
what
we
is it?
have,
we
I
want
believe
to
you're a
ask you about
collector
a
of
music
music
box.
boxes.
Please, just a minute. One at a time.
Yes.
One at a time.
I'm sorry, Count. Yes,
Now, what is all it about music boxes?
Well,
I am not a collector of music boxes. I am a collector of miniatures of the Empress Catherine of Russia.
well, what about this music box on the table? Here.
I bought that one, certainly. But only because of the enamel portrait medallion of Catherine on the lid.
the Catherine.
She is an ancestor of mine.
Oh, is she? Yes.
Hey, look, can't you see the resemblance to me?
Yes, now you
Good.
mention it's remarkable. But do you mind if I set this thing going?
No,
Yes.
please don't do that. Please. No, don't.
That's all right. There we are.
I am not interested in this as a music box.
Oh, you aren't. Well, then, in that case, Count, maybe you'd be ready to sell it.
Sell it? Sell
Yes,
it? Certainly not.
Oh, but
I told you I want it for the miniature on the lid.
Can't we persuade you to change your
Yes, I'm
mind?
sure
But we're
you-
prepared to pay a good price
No,
for it.
price doesn't enter into it, my dear lady. I don't buy things to sell again.
Well, this particular music box happens to be awfully important to us, Count.
I can't
It's,
help that. I'm sorry. I couldn't possibly sell it. No use talking. No use arguing.
You know, it's a very lucky thing for you, Myrna, my girl, that you've got me as a partner in this business.
I hadn't noticed
Oh,
it.
no?
There wasn't much luck about the Chelychev episode. We haven't got the book.
We soon will have the box.
How come?
Because, my dear old girl, it so happens that just for kicks, I once took lessons from one of the best cat burglars in the business. The Count lived in what was once a big private house that had been turned into 3 or 4 flats. There was a garden and a big wall. That night I got over the wall, crept through the garden, climbed up to the 2nd floor, and got through the window into the Count's drawing room. I worked quickly and quietly. I cut a small section out of the crystal cabinet with my diamond cutter that contained the Count's objet d'art, got through to the latch, unlocked it, and seized the music box. And then, at that moment...
Police! Burglars! My music box! They stole my music box!
Just a minute there. What's the hurry? What's going on? Officer, we've just been burgled. A burglar got in my flat over there. He's stolen my father's antique music box. Did you see anyone come around the corner over there?
No, sir. He can't have come this way. We'd better try the other way. Quick. Here, just a minute, you.
Well, there were no emeralds on that one.
No. But it was a pleasure breaking it up. Good afternoon. We'd like very much to see the Principessa Marguta.
How did you two get past the old porter downstairs?
Like this.
Oh, I
For
see.
you, honey.
Well, I'm afraid the Principessa wouldn't see you without an appointment.
Tell me, before she was married, wasn't she Mabel Schroeder from Dubuque, daughter of the chain store king?
Yes, she
And
was.
she was divorced from her husband last year, wasn't she?
That's right.
That's who I told you.
That
it was.
don't mean she's looking for any boyfriends. With her money, there's always plenty of those.
Well, don't look at me like that. I only want to speak to her.
I really don't think it's possible.
Here she comes now.
Ethel.
Good
I'll speak to
afternoon,
these people.
Principessa. We've been trying to locate a music box.
A music box?
Yes, it's it's a music box we've been trying to locate. I don't know whether anybody sent you a music box, Principessa?
Yes, sir, we certainly did have a music box. Mr.
A Lime.
A Lime.
Yes.
A gentleman friend of mine gave it to my little daughter, Shirley.
Oh?
We haven't got it now.
Oh.
We gave it away to some charity or other.
What?
I believe it was the St. Andrew's Foundling Home and Orphanage down in the East End here. Shirley sure hated that music box.
Why was that, Principessa?
She couldn't stand that tune.
What tune?
Oh, you know, that awful tune.
Look, this is the place, Harry. St. Andrew's Foundling Home and Orphanage.
Looks as if there's some kind of a ceremony going on.
Silence, please, silence for our director.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and children, a little while ago, some kindly soul sent to us anonymously, amongst other gifts, a music box. A few days later, little Billy Gubbins, whom you all know, whilst playing with the box, stumbled and dropped it. This incident, trivial in itself, had the most surprising result. A secret compartment in the box was revealed, and in it were jewels. Naturally, we made inquiries in an effort to identify the donor, but fortunately for us, they all proved fruitless. And it is from the sale of these jewels that the building of this wonderful new wing is being financed. Here in my hands is the very box that brought about our good fortune. And I might add, it can still be used as a plaything by little Billy Gubbins. Listen. No. Harry! Does there happen to be amongst the visitors a doctor? A gentleman back there seems to have fainted.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Goodbye for now. And remember what Ben Franklin said about honesty being the best policy. I wish I could.
It will make us strong and it makes us shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, sunset. The place, a small fishing village on the coast of Portugal. Two fishermen trudge wearily homeward past a deserted monastery near the waterfront. A sudden sound breaks the stillness of the evening air.
Sanchez, listen. Huh? The monastery bell is ringing.
Oh, but that is impossible, Naranja. No one has lived in that monastery for 5 years.
Now it's quiet. Come, Sanchez, we better go see.
Oh, Naranja, here is some food and blankets. Someone has been living here.
For Sanchez.
Look! Oh, Madre mia. A man hanging from the bell rope.
Quick, let us cut him down.
It's too late, Naranja. He's dead.
You've seen him in such pictures as Wake Island, Stand By for Action, and Command Decision. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Hi, Commissioner. You know, you pull me away from more big deals.
I want to talk to you about Alan Prescott, Steve.
Oh, is he back? That's good.
No, he's not back. Steve, Alan Prescott is dead.
Let me have that again.
I'm sorry, Steve. I know he was one of your best friends.
Alan dead? How did it happen, Commissioner?
He was found hanging from a bell rope in a deserted monastery.
Where?
Portuguese fishing village. Zimbra is the name of it.
What was he doing there?
Alan had been assigned to investigate rumors about a wholesale racket to smuggle aliens into the United States.
Oh, well, looks like he got too warm.
Yeah. Steve, I figured you'd want this assignment.
I do. Have we any contacts over there?
One, and for a change, it's a man we know we can trust. He's helped us before in the past, and he was working with Alan on this illegal entry investigation.
What's his name?
Perez. He runs a pet shop in Zimbra. That'll be your first stop in Portugal.
Okay.
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Steve, I want you to go over there and find the men who killed Alan and get enough information so we can smash their racket. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Flight 9, now departing for Bermuda, the Azores, and Lisbon, Portugal. All aboard, please.
Senor Perez's pet shop, and his light is still on.
Yeah. Okay, driver. There you are.
Oh, gracias. You want me to wait for you, senor?
No, thanks. Hey.
Senor Perez, there's many birds in his shop, senor.
So I hear.
Good night, senor.
All right. Boy, what a menagerie. Anybody home? Perez? Perez? Okay, Polly, you call him, too. Hey, Perez! Perez!
Stop! You're choking me! Oh!
Hey, what's the matter, Polly? You got a persecution complex? Well, maybe Perez is in the back room here. Perez?
You're choking me!
Oh, shut up. Dark in here. Wonder where he is.
Come in and close the door.
What?
I have a gun. Do as I say.
Okay. Look, Perez, I want to talk to you. I'm a friend of Alan Prescott's.
I will turn on the lights.
That's better. Perez, what's the matter? You're bleeding.
There has been a fight.
Here. Come on over here and sit down. Let me help you.
Thank you. I will be all right.
What happened?
2 men came into my shop with knives, tried to kill me. I got my gun and drove them off. When I heard you come in a minute ago, I thought they had come back.
Yeah, I guess that's what your parrot thought, too.
You say you are a friend of Alan Prescott?
Yeah.
You were sent to take over the case he was working on, huh?
That's right.
The alien smuggling ring. I was working on it with Senor Prescott.
How much had he found out?
Why, so far, very little, Senor. However, I expect to come into possession of some valuable information tomorrow.
Okay, I'll check with you then. Now, you better get a doctor to look after those cuts, Perez. I'm going to the police station.
The sergeant at the desk that you wish to see me, senor?
Yeah. You in charge of the police here?
At the moment, I am Lieutenant Vieira, senor...
Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. I just flew in from the States today,
Sim, you landed at Lisbon, took the train to Mesimbra, by taxicab to the pet shop of Senor Perez.
What?
Remained there 30 minutes, then walked here to the police station.
Huh. I didn't know my activities were a matter of such interest to you.
I have been sent here from Lisbon to investigate certain matters, senor. So at the moment, I am interested in everyone who comes to Mesimbra.
Yeah? Well, a friend of mine came here a couple of days ago. And he got killed in a deserted monastery.
You are perhaps referring to Alan Prescott, another so-called foreign correspondent?
What do you mean, so-called?
There are indications that he was investigating the existence of an organization to smuggle Europeans into the United States.
You're right, Lieutenant Vieira. And I've been assigned to take over the investigation.
I see. You have proof of this?
Yeah. Here are my credentials.
So, Senor Mitchell, there is something in the next room which may be of interest to you.
Oh?
After you, senor.
Hey, this looks like the morgue.
For the present, it must serve.
5 bodies?
Sim. They were found under one of the fishing wharves, their hands and feet securely tied.
You figure that these men were some of the paying customers in this alien smuggling racket?
It is possible.
Yeah. Maybe things got a little too hot for the smugglers all of a sudden, so they dumped these guys in the water. Who discovered the bodies?
We did. Our police launch patrols the entire bay every day at sunset.
I see. Any identification on any of them?
Their pockets were empty. But we were able to identify this man.
How?
From his fingerprints.
Got a criminal record, huh?
Si. His name is Luis Delgado from Villarreal to the north of here. He has been living there with his sister, Maria Delgado.
Might be a good idea to pay Maria a visit.
I was about to suggest it, Senor Mitchell.
Let's go. How much farther to Villarreal, Lieutenant?
But a few miles, Mitchell.
You sure believe in taking precautions, don't you?
Senor?
Having one of your boys tail us.
Tail us? I do not understand, Mitchell.
Well, that car behind us. It's been following us for the last 10 minutes.
I gave no orders to follow us, Mitchell.
What? Then who... Hey, he's coming up at us.
Can you see who it is?
No, it's too dark. Yara, watch out. He's trying to run us off the road.
Get down, Mitchell, get down.
Oh, we're skinning.
Hey, brace yourself.
Watch out. Boy, that was close. Nice driving, Yara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell.
Well, somebody's sure anxious to put us out of the way. Beginning to look like we're on the right trail.
Sim, we will continue our trip to the Delgado house in Villarreal. I regret to bring you this news of your brother's death, Senorita Delgado.
You say he was drowned in the bay, Senor Lieutenant? How did he get there?
That is a question, Senorita.
You mean he was murdered?
Senorita Delgado, if you do not mind, Senor Mitchell and I will ask the questions.
Maria, Did you notice your brother talking to any strangers the last few days?
Strangers? He talked to no strangers.
Well, when he left home, did he say where he was going?
He told me nothing.
Senorita, I think you are withholding information.
No, it's not true. I tell you everything I know.
must remind you that your brother Luis Delgado had a criminal record.
That was long ago when he was in trouble. My brother was a good man.
Perhaps he intended to commit a crime when he left
That
here.
is a
Perhaps
lie.
that is why he would not tell you where he was going.
He was not going to commit a crime. He was going to the United States to live with my uncle. I do not remember what he told me.
I see. Have you anything more to tell us? Very well. Senor Mitchell?
Yeah, let's go. Thanks, Maria.
We will question you more if necessary, senorita.
Night. Well, Maria sure clammed up all of a sudden. But not until she told us what we wanted to hear.
See?
You know, it's a cinch that some of the arrangements on these deals are made in the United States. I wish we knew the name of that uncle Maria spilled about.
It is Emilio Delgado.
What?
As you were talking to the senorita, I noticed on the table an envelope addressed to her dead brother. In the upper left-hand corner was the name Emilio Delgado.
Was there an address?
I do not know if it was an address or not. Mitchell, in the United States, is there a place called Bronx?
Bronx? Yeah, that's an address, all right. Well, good work, Lieutenant. Let's go to the nearest telegraph office.
Here's a report from Steve, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Definitely on trail of illegal entry record. Go on.
You must be working fast, Commissioner.
Apparently, last cargo of paying passengers too hot to handle. All 5 drowned.
Nice organization.
Yeah. One identified as uncle in the United States who apparently was helping make arrangements. Find and question Emilio Delgado, the Bronx. Take on that name, Ruth.
Emilio Delgado.
Delgado.
Oh, Delgado, right.
I'm working with police lieutenant named Vieira. Just for the record, please check on him for me. You got that, Ruth?
Vieira.
Here's some more. Perez at pet shop very cooperative and counting heavily on him to furnish hot lead. I'm on way back to Mazimbra now to talk to Perez again. We'll keep you informed.
Come in. Ah, Senor Mitchell.
Lieutenant Vera, I'm worried.
Jim?
I've been counting on Perez at the pet shop to give me some hot information he hinted at yesterday.
Perez?
As soon as we got back from Villarreal last night, I went to his parrot palace, and he wasn't there. I've been there on and off all day today, and he still hasn't shown up.
Jim, he has shown up, Senor Mitchell.
Oh, has he? Well, that's good.
No, it is not good.
What do you mean?
This afternoon, a fisherman saw something floating in the bay. A man, face down. It was Perez.
In just a moment, our star, Brian Donlevy, returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Here's a message for the technically minded young men of America. The armed forces of the United States want volunteers. Volunteers for the greatest scientific enterprise in history. Volunteers for the world's greatest educational program. The new scientific armed forces offer training in dozens of technical specialties. Radar, radio, diesel, jet propulsion, aviation, and many, many others. So if you're thinking of an active career, a vital career, think of the United States Armed Forces. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 4 hours later. The place, the Commissioner's office in the United States.
I finally got hold of Steve, Commissioner. He's on the line.
Thanks, Ruth. Steve?
Hello, Commissioner.
We located Emilio Delgado in the Bronx. First, he wouldn't talk, but when we told him his nephew had been murdered trying to get out of Portugal, he opened up.
Oh, did he put the finger on the stateside branch of the racket?
It's a small travel bureau in New York. Delgado gave them $3,000. They promised to smuggle his nephew into the United States.
I see.
Incidentally, I checked on Lieutenant Vieira. His record is excellent.
Good. I figured it was, but I didn't want to take any chances.
Steve, we close in on the travel bureau in New York. The gang in Portugal will slip away from us.
Oh, don't close in on the travel bureau yet, Commissioner. I tell you, send one of your agents there to arrange transportation for a relative over here in Portugal.
Relative? What do you mean?
Me?
What?
I'm going to use the name Nick Grado, 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 for the record. I'm going to pass as a minor mobster deported last year.
But Steve, think of the danger.
I'm thinking of Alan Prescott dangling at the end of that bell rope. Now, look, I'm going to Lisbon and register at the Lagos Hotel under the name of Nick Grado. So long, Commissioner.
Steve! Well, I hope he knows what he's doing. Ruth.
Yes, Commissioner.
Which of our agents looks the most like a gangster?
Summers. He looks pretty rugged.
Okay. We'll send him to that travel bureau in New York. Summers will pose as the brother of Nick Grado in Portugal. He'll offer the travel bureau $3,000 to smuggle Grado into this country. Draw the money out of a special account.
You in charge of this travel bureau? Well, I want to arrange some transportation.
Oh, for yourself?
No, my brother in Portugal.
Well, that's simple. We represent several steamship companies and...
You don't understand. My brother was in the rackets over here and got deported to Portugal last year.
Oh. Well, that kind of transportation is very difficult to arrange and expensive.
Here's $3,000 cash. Says you can arrange it.
May take a long time.
He can wait.
Okay. What's your brother's name?
Nick Grado. He's staying at the Lagos Hotel in Lisbon.
Okay. Forget you were ever here. We'll make all the arrangements. Your brother will be contacted at the Lagos Hotel in Lisbon.
Yeah?
Your name, Nick Grado.
Who are you?
Bogota. You want to take a trip, Grado?
Trip?
Your brother in America arranged it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm all packed up.
Do not carry any identification. You have your money and valuables?
Yeah, right here on me, Bogota.
Good. The car is outside.
Where are we going?
To the cliffs, overlooking the sea. Near Mezimbra.
Cliffs?
See, there's a cave at the waterline. You will wait for the boat there.
Okay, let's go. Hey, look, Bogota. Climbing down the side of a cliff in the dark is not my idea of fun. How about a light?
No, we are almost there. To your right a little.
Okay.
There. You see the entrance now?
Yeah. Pretty well hidden, isn't it?
You see.
Hey, there's enough room inside the entrance to dock a boat.
See. Follow the ledge you are on. Into the cave.
Okay. Quite a place.
It serves our purpose.
Wait a minute. There's a light up ahead.
See, the other passengers.
Oh. How many are there on this trip?
2 others.
Business falling off?
It is good enough, Grano.
Who is there?
Here we are.
Who is it?
Bogota, old man.
Are you one of the passengers?
Sim, I am Pimentel.
Nick Grado's my name.
Where is the other one? The girl.
Girl?
Here I am.
Oh,
Signor Grado, did you say?
Yeah, senorita.
Maria is enough.
All of you stay here. I'm going to hide the car.
Bogota? How much longer must we wait here?
It's not for you to ask questions, old man.
Well, Signor Steve Mitchell?
Maria Delgado. the grief-stricken sister.
So you are supposed to be Nick Grado. What are you doing here, Senor Mitchell?
I was just going to ask you the same thing, Maria.
When you and Lieutenant Vieira told me about my brother's murder, I knew I could not rest until I found out who killed him.
Oh. Bogota doesn't know who you are?
No, and he will not, unless you tell him.
Look, you keep your mouth shut about me, and I'll do likewise.
See, it is a promise, Senor.
Quiet. Here comes the old man.
Wait. All we do is wait.
Bogota say how long we stay here?
Until the boss comes with the boat, he said, but he would not tell me when that would be.
Did he say who the boss was?
No.
Pimentel, you do not look so good. Why you don't try to rest?
Oh, thank you for your kindness, Senorita. I'm sick and an old man, but everything will be all right when I get to America. Everything.
Means a lot to you, huh?
It is what I'm living for, Senor.
Say, how far back does this cave go, anyway?
Bogota told us to stay on this ledge and not to go back any farther. He said that narrow channel below winds back and ends against a solid wall of rock.
The front entrance, the only one, huh?
That is what he said.
Well, looks like nothing's due to happen tonight. I think we all better get a little sleep.
Senor, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Bogota.
It's past noon. Wake up. You, old man, wake up.
Bogota.
Oh, what is the meaning of this?
Take all the money and valuables out of your pockets. Pile them on the rock here.
Hey, what is this? What are you doing with that gun?
Do as I say. All of you.
And as for you, Senor Mitchell.
Mitchell?
See, we know who you are.
Well, thanks for tipping them off, Maria.
No, I did not tell them, Stephen. I swear it.
The boss wishes to talk to you, Mitchell.
The boss? When did he arrive?
I came in my boat while you were asleep, Mitchell.
What? Perez. Hey, what is this? The police told me you were dead.
The real Perez is dead, Mitchell.
Real Perez? Wait a minute. You mean when I talked to you in Perez's pet shop?
I had just killed Perez before you came in. You assumed I was Perez. I played along with you. After you left, I threw his body in the bay.
Great. So you're the boy who's running this racket.
A profitable one, I assure you.
Yeah, and a vicious one. You get the passengers out here. You take their money and kill them. Instead of a ticket to the United States, they get a ticket to the morgue.
What? You mean we will not be taken to America?
What do you think, old man? Come, Bogota. We will go back to the entrance.
What happens now?
For the present, you will all wait here. And, Senor Mitchell, I would not advise you to an attempt an escape. There's only one entrance to this cave, and Bogota and I will be guarding that entrance with guns.
If they are going to kill us, why don't they do it now? Look at them, sitting at the entrance to the cave like two vultures. What are they waiting for?
That's what I've been trying to figure out. It's almost 6 p.m.
I will never see America. It was just a dream. It's all over for me.
Bogota, you fool. Do not light your cigarette here in the entrance. The launch will see you.
The launch? Hey, that's what they're waiting for.
What?
Lieutenant Vieira said the police launch patrols the coast every day at sunset.
Police launch?
Yeah. Perez is probably waiting until after the launch goes by so that our bodies won't be discovered until tomorrow. I could only figure out a way to attract the launch's attention.
But what good would that do, Steve? Bogota and Paris would shoot us.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Perez said there was no back entrance to this cave, didn't he?
See?
He was lying.
How you know?
Look at the smoke from my cigarette.
Oh, what about it?
See what happens to it?
Why, it just goes straight up in the air, Steve.
Yeah. For a way. But then it starts drifting towards the front entrance. That means there's a draft up there. The draft could be caused by a back entrance.
Steve, but how can we find it?
Well, listen. Yeah, a boat. Probably the police launch. Whatever we do, we got to do in a hurry. As soon as the launch goes by, we're dead pigeons.
No, senor.
What?
I, old Pimentel, will help you. And God willing, I will save you.
What are you talking about?
I will go to the front entrance and call for help.
Are you crazy? Perez would kill you.
Sim, but the noise and flashes of the gun might summon police.
Now, look.
Senor, what happens to me is not important. I'm old, sick. But this way, perhaps I can prevent Perez from taking the dreams of others and ruining them, as he did mine.
Now, wait a minute.
No, senor. This is the best way.
Pimentel, come back.
Pimentel, what are you doing? Get back.
Police! Over here in the cave, boy!
Steve, don't go. It is too late to help him now.
Bogota, you fool. They heard in the police launch. They are coming. Now take the boat out and lead them away. I'll take care of Mitchell and the girl. I'll meet you at the rear entrance.
Rear entrance? So there is one. Come on, Maria. This is our chance. Hey, wait, the ledge ends here. Okay, Maria. Come on into this channel.
Mitchell! Stop! Mitchell!
Steve.
He can't see us in the dark, Maria. He's just shooting blind. Keep going.
I think, Steve, it is so dark in here. The water is up to my waist.
Yeah, these walls are getting closer together, too. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, great. Solid rock.
What?
Yeah, this is the end of the line. We took a wrong turn back there somewhere. Yeah.
Listen. Paris is still after us.
Yeah.
Well, we can't just sit here and wait for him to kill us.
Maria, keep talking.
What?
Keep talking as if I were with you. Repeat what you've been saying. I'm going to backtrack and wait for him.
All right. Steve, what can we do? We cannot go any farther. It is a blind alley. Paris is getting closer.
You're right, senorita. Paris is getting closer. And there is nothing ahead of you but solid rock.
Did you hear that? It is Paris.
See? And the two of you are caught like rats in a trap. I have... Mitchell.
Yeah, the gun's not going to do you any good underwater, Perez.
I do not need the gun.
Oh,
there is strength enough in my arm.
Oh, yeah.
Steve, hit him.
I can't.
Oh, Martin, the killers. Help Steve. Help him. Steve?
That's okay, Maria.
Oh, I could not tell which one of you was which, Steve.
Yeah, I was a little in doubt myself for a second or two. Come on, Maria, let's get out of this rat trap. Well, that's about it, Commissioner. Perez is dead, and the police picked up his hired hand, Bogota.
Good work, Steve. Where are you calling from?
My hotel room. I'm up here drying out all alone.
Stop! You're choking me!
It sounds like you're all alone.
Oh, that was just a parrot, Commissioner.
Parrot?
Yeah, from Perez's pet shop. He took a shine to me, I guess.
Now, Steve, you can do better than that.
No, it is a parrot, Commissioner. I'll prove it to you. Look, I taught him something to say to you.
Huh?
Go ahead, Polly. Polly?
Drop dead! Drop dead!
Steve!
So long, Commissioner.
You have just heard the sixth in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time, when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now here's something of interest to everybody. For breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Dentine tastes so good.
Dentine freshens your breath.
Dentine helps keep your teeth sparkling, clean, and white.
Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentine. You'll love Dentine chewing gum, for Dentine has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentine helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentine handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentine. So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.